All right.
Good morning, everyone.
There's your music.
Welcome to the CSB podcast. Oh, wait, I jumped the gun, didn't I?
I'd say we're at good night territory, full on.
Wait, you said there's the music. Is it starting now? What?
No, the music has played and faded in. We faded in.
Oh, when you say there's the music, you mean the music is...
Yeah, it's faded. It faded out. There you go.
That sounds fucked.
Okay. Yeah.
Do I sound fucked?
I think I know why. Hold up a second.
Am I coming through on the wrong thing?
I think hands-free is plaguing us again.
Oh, okay, I always check to make sure I'm not doing hands-free, because hands-free can suck my ass.
Hands-free is ass. All right, let me fix that in a second, folks.
It's legitimately the worst part about these headphones that I love.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to kill our screen.
You know what we need to do? We need to just pretend that this part of the podcast didn't happen.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
We just pretend.
All right, so now we're all a dark screen, but we're still audio live. And let me see here. I believe it shouldn't be too hard to change this over to this. Okay. And then I do this over here. And now you should sound good.
Do I sound good? Or is the voice quality of my voice better? That's the real question. I think I sound great. That's what I think.
Yeah, so there we go.
All right. Congratulations on fixing this microphone-based problem that will probably plague us until we die.
At least as long as we're both using this type of headphones.
I really like them. They're super comfortable.
They're fantastic. They do a weird thing when you are sleeping or lying down, and if you're noise canceling and you push them too hard against your ear, you might hear a high-pitched noise that kind of hurts.
Yeah, because you're getting the equalizer juice too close to your ear knobs.
Yeah, so that's not good. But beyond that, they're fantastic, but they do have this hands-free secondary microphone shit that is no good.
I wish I could just
this purpose.
Disable it forever.
I really do too. Me. And you know, telling Windows to ignore it doesn't actually make it ignore it. So
I've told Windows to ignore many things, and it has decided to ignore none of them.
In this particular instance, though, it's not that hard to fix. We just switched devices, so there
we did it.
We go.
All right, so we're going to just pretend that none of that happened. We're going to do a podcast now. Hey, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing on this wonderful podcast Monday? It's Monday, the November 16th. I'm Pat. That's Wooly. Hey.
Talk about Bugsnax.
All right, Bugsnax is a game that, despite the fact that you walk around in a 3D world, throw traps down, etc., the game that I can compare it the most to, by far, is Pokemon Snap.
Really? You're just observing?
No, you are capturing, you are setting traps, you are using like a, a sauce slingshot to hit Bugsnax with ranch or chocolate sauce in order to manipulate their behavior. But because so much of the game is classifying all the different Bugsnax and walking around different areas and trying to figure out what sequence of events you need to do to get Bugsnax to be catchable. It feels like, you remember in Pokemon Snap where you'd be like, well, you have to hit the fucking Snorlax with the clam into the water so that it becomes a Slowbro. That kind of like mental shit.
Yeah, sure.
It feels like that. Combined with maybe Ape Escape.
And does it not actually ever go into any sort of secret, horrible SCP place?
All right. So I played Bugsnax for 3 hours on my stream. And I don't want to spoil or ruin any part of Bugsnax for anybody. But I will say
there's stuff to spoil.
There's something... What's that?
There's stuff to spoil.
There is stuff to spoil. Even if it's not the stuff that I'd have thought it was. There is stuff going on
Okay.
in Bug Snacks.
Good.
The base the base premise of like a cutesy little world and like them presenting a concept to you in a happy little way, but the concept is just innately horrific, is very strong. It's really, really strong.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everyone's like, oh, you'll go eat a bunger, right? And then you can make a bunger arm. And they're like, haha. And they look at their arm, and the arm is now like a curly fry.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, haha, cool. But like that concept by itself is just so fucking creepy.
Yeah, the appeal of
Ugh.
the appeal of Happy Tree Friends and Five Nights at Freddy's still continues to exist. There is a perfect way to mesh together children's entertainment and horrible, creepy shit. I feel like, the former example is really just like full on cartooning, wild, itchy and scratchy shit. And FNAF, I get the impression that it's like not actually that spooky. It's just kind of like meme spooky.
So I got
like
to a point,
something that gets actually sinister beneath the fucking skin horror would be interesting with that kind of still cutesy art style.
So I got to a point where there were a couple suspicious things popping up. The number one of which is that the person you're supposed to meet is inconsistently referred to with both passive and present pronouns, such as, oh, she is, and you can't find her.
Okay.
So don't know what happened there. It's a mystery. But if I wanted to compare it to any particular children's entertainment nightmare emotional state, I would say that it feels like, what if a Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared episode was actually a film and followed the same formula along the same percentage time beats, right?
I forgot
so
about
you know
that.
how in Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, they're like 11 minutes long or something, and like the first 2 minutes is totally normal. And then there's like an edge, there's like a weird background element. What if that was like, hours?
Right, okay.
And it did throw me for a loop in that the first, like, this is a minor spoiler for the first 2 hours of the game. The first big twist to its tone, due to it being rated E for everyone or whatever, is not body horror and not, nightmare creatures. It's the Muppet characters that inhabit the world with you are complete pieces of shit. And like there's a screaming match about why someone's wife left them because they're a bitch.
Okay. Got it.
Like in the first 90 minutes of the game.
Nice.
Like if you had allowed us to eat your pets, we would all still be together. Don't you mean your wife would still be here? I think she left because you in fact suck ass and are a terrible husband.
Yeah,
which has nothing to do with Bug Snacks.
That is definitely Avenue Q vibes. Yeah. That's the other comparison.
And like one of the things that like both takes the edge off the Bug Snacks but also increases the confusion is that they're all like Muppets, right? So one of the first questions that I had in universe was, a person you meet gets their entire everything but their torso turned into a food item. And I'm like, how do you fucking live your life when your hand's a strawberry? But under Muppet rules, their appendages are in fact like magnetic or some shit, because like they can still pick things up and they can still like rake a yard.
Rayman.
Yeah, even though their arms and legs are like fucking curly fries and a pickle. But I gotta say, a huge like clap, amazing. I ran into 2 Bug Snacks types that their very nature terrified me, because like it's like, okay, you remember that was a big thing this week of like Bloodborne Mario renditions? Like,
Shout outs to Alex Mukala who did the mix that kind of kicked that off. Yeah, Mario Bloodborne, because he did an amazing mix of both together. It was
right.
great.
And so, like, there's like Peach is evil, and she's raising mushrooms and stuff like that. So that's like a happy thing turned into like a dark thing. Bugsnax feels like it went through that process and then got turned back into the family-friendly Mario thing.
Okay.
Because I ran into a sandwich peed, which is a segmented Subway sandwich with like fries coming out on each segmentation with legs.
Mm-hmm.
That when I saw in game, I physically recoiled. And there is a turtle equivalent, I forget its name, that is a jar of pickles. And it is the most confusing thing I've seen in the game because even the characters don't know what Bugsnax are. Because it's a jar. It is a glass jar that the pickles come out of and attach to the jar like legs.
It's an innocent world that got corrupted and then converted to innocence, but they didn't empty the recycling bin.
Yeah.
It's
and
still
like,
kind of there. Okay.
There's a tiny little bit where they're like, well, let's try burying Bugsnax in the dirt and see if they grow like plants. And you take a Strabby, which is just a strawberry with googly eyes on it, and bury it in the dirt, and it becomes like a grave with gigantic googly eyes sticking out of the dirt. It's just like, there it feels like an experiment in how messed you can go while maintaining an E rating.
Pushing that limit. It sounds like, first of all, some of those creatures would be horrifying in VR. So it's almost like thankful that you don't have to deal with that. But yeah, it's an E rating. So like they can't actually ever really cross that line then. It has to stay at implication.
Hey man, I don't know about you, but I went to see RoboCop remake with you. It's a weird way to phrase the sentence because you were actually there with me. When we walked into that, God, what was that rated? PG-13 or PG?
Well, yeah, remake. But Montreal's fucked with that.
Yeah,
never.
And we saw that man become a throat and a lung and a hand.
Yes. But never forget that in Quebec, striptease was rated G.
Well, of course it was.
So that
gotta have the kids be able to see Demi Moore's titties.
It doesn't fucking work when it comes to French Canada. However, outside of that, yeah, no. I mean, you can, as long as you dance that line properly, and then if you go too far, you could just point at Austin Powers, right? Mm-hmm. Because that's the that's your limiter. That's your canary in the coal mine for going too far. Is whatever your rating is, you could just go, hey, Austin Powers had someone drinking liquid diarrhea that they thought was coffee. So
I remember that.
If you can drink shit in a movie that's that allows families and kids to tune in, then we can't go farther than that. You know, we can push it up to that line. So that's yeah.
So yeah, Bugsnax is cool. I will beat Bugsnax in my personal time, but it's cool. I'm hopeful. Like, I don't want to play it for more than 2 hours at a time.
Okay.
Like there's a Bugsnax that's just ribs walking around, like a rack of ribs.
Food.
Yeah, it's I don't like it. I like it. I don't like it.
And how was your launch week in general?
This has been one of my busiest video game weeks in many years, actually. So let's talk about the non-PS5 stuff first. In that Yakuza 7, which is not actually Yakuza 7 in this region, Like a Dragon came out. Dude, that game is incredible.
It would. It's the latest in a series of what I've been told are bangers. So that would make sense.
I'm deep enough into it to say, unless it shits its ass, it is my favorite one.
Hmm.
And
RPG works.
a big part of that is the change in genre, which I was initially, I don't know if you remember, I was very reticent. I was very like kind of down on. It's great. I like it is a mix of Persona Dragon Quest system that's just
Pat
great.
confirmed for humongous Dragon Quest fan.
This is my favorite Dragon Quest. For sure. It's also like because it's a Sega game and because they took, let's just say, inspiration from a certain Sega RPG series, Atlas RPG series, I would genuinely say that this is more than 50% of the way towards like a Persona 6.
In what
Like
way? In what way?
it feels like a goddamn Persona game.
Because RPGing around downtown Japan?
No, because they steal interface elements from Persona.
Oh, okay.
Because you hit a button and you have a tag team attack, which is an all-out attack. Because you level up your party's drink link, and then you go to the bar to have a heart-to-heart with them about their personal problem to level up their stats and give them special abilities.
Okay. And I saw those summons.
Because it is
are wild. Yeah.
It is really, really a RPG. So the first half is like, I'm shocked at how much fun of an RPG it is. And the second thing is that I am blown away at how much I like Ichiban Kasuga, which is your new main character, which I can imagine was a terrifying decision after 7, 8, 9, I want to say 10 games with Kiryu, or Kiryu analogs.
But the bigger that number is, the less terrifying it should be, because I mean,
People are stubborn.
Kiryu's had a good ass set of games, hasn't he? Isn't it?
He's had a great ass set of games.
And like I don't need to know if they wrap his story up in any way, but
they wrap his story up twice.
So yeah, so I what's the problem with bringing a little Nero to the juice, you know? Like,
because do you remember how you felt about Nero when he was first unveiled? I was a little worried.
I was like, let's see it. I didn't hate the idea, you know. I like JoJo. I like new things that continue the story in a different way. So I'm down always.
The reason why Ichiban works so well is that he is, I don't know what's up with like Japanese creatives that they love doing this. He is not just different and his own man from Kiryu. He is literally the opposite of Kiryu. I mean, we've talked about his design. He is a literal inverted Kiryu with his hair and his color palette and all that. But whereas Kiryu would be the cold, cool, your Jotaro, or even, you know, what have you, Ichiban is your hot. He's your if I would compare, it's Jotaro and Joseph Joestar.
Right. So we're not going Snake. We're not going Snake to Raiden here.
No. He is a highly active protagonist. Whereas one of the biggest problems the Yakuza series had from 1 all the way in was that I could write a new Kiryu situation to you, which is Kiryu walks into a guy. The guy says, "Hey, how could you bump into me?" Kiryu goes, "Nah, man, I didn't." Guy goes, "Oh, my arm broke. You need to pay the hospital bill." Kiryu goes, "No, I didn't." Or, in most cases, stands there totally silently. Thug then goes, "Oh, yeah, I'll kill you." Ensue fight. After the fight, they go, and they run away. Ichiban will get up and become pissed and stupid. about the injustice and moron, like how horrible, like I didn't break it was ridiculous. Or he'll jump into other people's conversations to yell stupid shit. And when I say stupid shit, I mean this. Ichiban Kasuga, or Kasuga Ichiban rather, might be the dumbest motherfucker I have ever played in a video game. He is the most aggressive himbo of all time.
Himbo has completely taken off and landed. I like how it's just in there cemented now. Everyone knows it and gets it. It's a good term. It's a good term.
He is crafty, he is cunning, and he occasionally has great insight into how things actually work. But his profound lack of real common sense is like the basis of maybe half of the game's humor.
Okay.
There was even a cutscene in the game in which we had broken into a retirement home to save an old man's life because they were going to murder him to steal his pension payments. And upon seeing the doctor with the needle, he goes, was he really going to kill him? And I feel like the party like looks at him like, dude, why did... Yeah. That's why we came in here.
Is it like
there's all
is it like handing the series, is it like handing Ippo the series over to like Aoki? Like
a little bit, honestly.
Like full on slapstick
he's
ass.
Smarter than Aoki was in terms of like he's crafty, like he knows a lot about sex work, he knows a lot about how the Yakuza business is actually run.
And he loves Dragon Quest, I believe, like canonically.
So, the reason why the game is called Like a Dragon is one, a great pun on Uruga Gotoku, which is the Japanese name, which literally means like a dragon.
Yep.
But in Japan, I think it's actually called Yakuza 7 Dragon Quest.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because he fucking loves Dragon Quest. So... he, like Kiryu, goes to jail for 20 years. And when he gets out, he's like, bruh, what if we like went on a quest and we solved all this shit like they do in Dragon Quest? I want to be a hero. And they're like, okay, you're kind of like a weird loser gamer nerd idiot. But fine, let's do a Dragon Quest, Ichiban. You're stupid. Oh, it's not called Dragon Quest? Okay, my bad. This manifests in what I can only describe as imaginative brain damage. Very early on in the game, you find a bat with barbed wire wrapped around it that has been plunged into the concrete, which only Ichiban can pull out of the stone.
Nice. Upon
doing so, a blast of light hits the fucking heavens, and it's like the Chrono Trigger cutscene with the Masamune.
Okay, but wait. But is that in his head though?
And then he transforms into the same outfit with the bat, but wearing black gloves, and he's got like a red scarf underneath his shirt. And the three punk ass dudes that come up on you immediately after this transform into scarier dudes.
Nice.
This is the first time in the game that you get a Persona-style dialogue box where like the talking head shows up with the stylish like undercut subtitles, and no one else can see it.
And just like that, the video game can do whatever it wants.
Everyone's like, dude, are you okay?
That's
and
brilliant.
He's like, okay, cool, whatever.
That's brilliant. Great device.
And attacks that you had before that looked kind of normal gain spell effects. He internalizes literally texting friends to come help as summons.
Mm-hmm.
There are mimics in the game, which are dudes hiding in trash bags. The golden slime is flashers. And like it is a consistent, like everyone around him is like, yeah, whatever, dude. That's not really happening.
This must
To
be like
Ichiban, like,
incredible if you're a Dragon Quest fan as well. Like this must be so much better if
oh,
if you're on
when
that
people gain the
level.
party, it has like an 8-bit like jingle.
Of course, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like it's top to bottom. And because all of your party members are broke, out of work, unemployed losers, most of which are older than 40. Um, like you're almost all broke and possibly homeless. So early parts of the game are about getting odd jobs from like a local community center, which then becomes the location for the job change system, as Nanba can choose to spend his job experience changing from homeless person to breakdancer or rock star or a host.
I did see a screenshot of homeless breakdancer stat screen.
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
It is one of the best RPGs I've ever played. Like it's so consistently inventive. The battle system's actually really great. It's like a classic style battle system, but it has the real-time elements of the Yakuza system in it as well. Whereas like because all the characters are kind of shuffling back and forth in the environment, like on the city street. And if a guy's next to a car and you hit him, he can get run over by the car. If the guy happens to be next to a table in between you two and you do a regular attack, you can expect your character to pick up that table and smash on them.
Nice.
Or
Okay.
if you cause an attack that does a knockdown, they'll stay on the floor until about 5-10 seconds have passed. And if you attack somebody with a normal attack before they stand up, you'll do a downed attack like you would in Yakuza. And just heat moves have just been turned into magic spells. Magic spells such as I will throw a can of beans at you and pigeons will attack you. Or Psycho, who's a barmaid, will get down on the street and plead for the enemy not to hurt them, which lowers their attack.
Man, I gotta say, just like as an outsider here, you know, I really enjoy and I feel good about like when a franchise is able to reinvent itself successfully and kill it and everyone loves the new thing that they do. I that makes me really happy. I love that because I've talked forever about how much new things are good, and I like when, you know, a successful like carry through of like, we know what you love, let's try something else, and then the thing they do works and everyone's super on board for it. Like, I'm so happy to hear that that works out. It makes me really, really you know, I'm enjoying vicariously the fact that people are into what Yakuza has become now. That's really cool.
So on top of all of that, Yakuza series has a lot of mini games, right? So far, the ones that I have encountered are all like incredible, which is a rarity for that series. Usually, there's some stinkers. There's a Pac-Man game where you have to steal cans from the other homeless, and like you have to get energy drinks in order to boost, so you can knock the other homeless off the carts, and steal their cans. There's also Dragon Kart, which is a fully realized kart racer. In which I was talking to somebody, they unlocked Daytona USA music in it. Because of course you can.
Of course.
Like they're great.
Keep using that franchise as a means of keeping Sega alive.
Yeah.
Just do it.
But the fact that the game's incredible is one thing. The fact that the game's incredible, and I should mention this to everyone, requires zero knowledge of the prior series at all. Like when characters eventually do show up as little references, you'll be like, oh, cool, it's Majima, right? But you absolutely don't need to have played any of the prior ones at all. Even just your osmosis memory of who these characters are will do, right? The most shocking thing about it is that I have been playing with the dub. I decided to play with the dub. And the dub knows what they are doing. The dub knows what they are doing. So, I talked about how Ichiban is a huge ass himbo.
Mm-hmm.
You have experience with Ichiban already, because I unfortunately forget the gentleman's name. I'm sure somebody will repeat it in the chat for me soon. He also plays a character in the 13 Sentinels dumb as the 13 Sentinels dub as the World War II dumbass.
Miura.
No, Hijiyama.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And the gentleman's name is Kaiji Tang.
Yeah, he kills it. He's killing it.
Yeah, so he is becoming the absolute man to go for himbo energy.
Nice. Mayaki soba pan. Do you want half of it? Oh. He's big himbo. Big himbo.
The dub is incredibly localized. So the performances are all fantastic. That's without saying. But the writing changes, because this has enemy names where it didn't have before, right? It was just random thugs, or it was just like Yakuza, Grunt, Hijimoto, or whatever, right?
Sure.
But now I'm going up against the drunk office man, the beerzerker, or the hungry homeless, or any number of genuinely hilarious puns off of every single thing in the entire game.
Nice.
And you need to fight as many of you as you can so that you can fill up your Suji decks with all of your Sujimon, which is what the in-game enemies are called.
I'm reminded slightly of how part of No More Heroes' presentation is because Travis is in a video game in his head.
Yeah.
You know, but like taking that to the extremes.
That's one of the weirder ones, because the Sujimon questline is actually a real guy that is a Professor Oak joke that is like, they're super jittery monster badmans, so I call them Sujimon. You have to go out and fight them all. And then he has you fight a guy in a red suit, a blue suit, and a green suit that have like, one has like a champagne bottle, one has like a lighter, and one has like a bamboo stick. Like it's
fantastic. That's great.
It just hasn't missed once. And even within the casting, there are moments where I'm like, oh man, they knew. There is a character who is a naive young woman with short black hair, voiced by Persona 5's English voice actress for Makoto. You then later encounter her sister, who is the older, bitchier one.
Oh boy.
Voiced by the English voice actress for Sai.
Wow. Okay.
Like,
super intentional.
It is on point. Dead on.
Nice. Well done. Okay. Yeah.
And the character's name is Psycho. Like,
yeah, okay. Wait, Psycho or Saeko?
Saeko, I guess.
Saeko.
I don't know how to pronounce that shit.
Right.
But it is a winner. Like, everything about the game is just clicking. I have zero complaints. It's also on the PC. It came out day and date on the PC, which is incredible.
Okay.
How? Actually, I have one complaint. It absolutely sucks ass that the game is delayed on PlayStation 5.
Oh, wait, is it not out yet?
No, remember, this is the game that Microsoft bought, the bizarre ass exclusivity only for...
Right. Yes, true. Okay.
Well, look. Yeah, David Hayter is in this dub.
Nice.
And, like, you're sitting there going, is that fucking David Hayter?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, it's David Hayter.
So yeah,
one
like
last thing.
mhm.
One last thing. They dubbed all the karaoke as well, because each character gets a karaoke song, and so in Japan, the Yakuza voice actors tend to be like movie stars and TV actors. In which case, being able to sing is a must-have, right? So everybody in those situations just kills it. Even Majima's voice actor is a good singer, right?
Mhm.
A bunch of the voice actors for this game in English are not very good singers. And Ichiban's song in English is like legitimately awful, and his voice cracks during the song.
But they're forced to do it nonetheless.
And it's great. And it's absolutely great. Because Ichiban is not a good singer. And in the background of other people's songs, when you hit the buttons, you can hear him go, "Yeah, you're killing it, man!" during like a sad song. Like it is fantastic.
Okay. So all in all, like, dub is certified in this case. Yeah, very nice. Yeah. I mean, you know, all I can say is that like it's like probably the worst kept secret for a minute now has been that like the next long LP is absolutely going to be Yakuza 0 for me. Like that's going to happen.
That's a good one.
You know, the question is just like it was actually a matter of like seeing whether it could fit in before or after a couple things we were doing, and I didn't want to put two long things right back to back, but like that's been floating around for a minute, so that's like pretty much slated to come really really soon, but and there's
smartest thing. Sorry, after you.
No, just gonna say like and like there's one other possibility that might be involved there that I'll get into a little bit later when we're talking about what else is going on this week. But yeah, that's something that that's on the list. So like I look forward to getting to what you're describing because that sounds fucking great.
One of the smarter things that I'm thinking about the way the Yakuza series has actually gone over the past couple of years is it is legitimately one of the most confusing game series to get into. We have always made fun of people where you go, "Hey, how should I play this series?" And you always go release order. And like Yakuza 1 is bad. I will like Yakuza 1 is not a good game.
I fortunately have sat around for enough discussions to have gotten a consensus on how to approach this. So
right.
I've you know, there's been many how do you even handle this series as a new visitor to it, and like I feel like I've gotten a pretty good idea at this point.
It's even weirder because like they also remade 1 and 2.
Yeah,
but they're remade in different engines, and they came out after different games. And Yakuza 1's remake, Kiwami, is also bad. So like the start of this discussion is like, don't play Yakuza 1. And then, well, which version of 2 do you want to play? The one from 2005, the one from 2019? Okay, so you play the one from 2019, then you're going to go to Yakuza 3, which came out in 2009. And so like it's a fucking it's weird. It's so fucking weird. However, now literally you just say 0. Just play 0.
Yep, that's exactly it. No,
did you like 0? Then you can go and play 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. Or play Judgment.
Yeah, Judgment's there too. But no, it would definitely be like, you know, 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, 3, 4, 5, possibly Judgment, and then like, you know, 6, 7, and so on. Like that's,
and now it becomes or play 7. Because you could just do it.
Yes.
That Fist of the North Star one's not that great. It's just, nah.
I forgot that existed. That's true. Now, I guess So there's that. Any troubles with console acquisition?
No. In fact, I acquired both of my PlayStation 5 consoles. And I would like to give a big thumbs up to the Canada postman that came and brought me my first console, because I think he knew what was inside it and was afraid people were going to steal it. Because
Wow.
dude knocked on my door, waited until I arrived at my door, saw me, said, "Cool, wait a second," then ran to the truck, then got the PS5 and then dropped it at my door. Like, was
Wow.
not going to attempt to drop it at the door because it was the day, it was Thursday. Congrats to me for going through Radio Shack. Thanks, Radio Shack, now called The Source. I don't care. It's a Radio Shack. For somehow actually getting me a launch day PlayStation 5. I was shocked. But yeah, that Canada Post, man, I really appreciated it. Because, man, I assume lots of people's shit got ganked on Thursday.
So, that's a really good dude. And that's awesome that happened. Despite my best efforts, I was not able to acquire one. And but what I did do was I got lucky jumping on Amazon in terms of, like, I saw an XX, which is what we'll just go with. That
an
was
XX.
Yeah, I jumped on and looked at Amazon during the window when one was available. So I grabbed it. And I got that, and the delivery person who brought it the next day left it outside.
What?
Outside. Not even
outside
the door. Like street level.
Oh my god.
And like, it was wild because
that's far from your real door.
It's quite a fucking journey. And you know, basically, yeah, like there was a bit of a doorbell situation happening that led to, like, some packages having to be, like, you know, put down in like, at least in like a safer area, right, from where I live. And this person just did the bare minimum. No attempt to contact, call, or say or anything was made. They put it on the fucking street, and basically, a neighbor walking in saw that and called us, and we got lucky. And they basically said, "Hey, there's a box outside here on the street for you. Gonna bring it inside." And we're just like, "Oh my god, thank you!" And then I ran down and got it. So I literally had the exact opposite experience.
That is, man, you're lucky, because the instant that touches the street, you're running a timer.
100%.
Before somebody comes by and just goes, "Oh, I guess this is mine now."
I can't believe how little of a shit the delivery person gave by comparison, you know? Fucking wild. So yeah, that's what happened with me on my end.
As for my two PS5s, I got one, and my first one works great. And upon receiving my second one, I did my good deed for the week and have shipped it off to America, because friend of the channel, Susie, aka Sphere Hunter, could not get one and was like, "Please gimme." And I was like, "Okay."
Yay, Susie.
So if Susie covers any PS5 games in the next year,
get your credit.
She has to be like, "Well, Pat, send me his PS5. He's the best." Hey.
Yeah. So,
you got to buy these things in September. If you don't buy them in September... By the way, I didn't, like, send it to... Like, she's paying me for it. Like, it's not free. Fuck that. That's stupid. Fuck that. I'm not that nice.
Yeah. I mean, you know, getting the Xbox was like, okay, so I can at least just play Devil May Cry, you know? But,
Which version of Devil May Cry did you play?
The non-spite edition.
The non-spite edition.
The non-spite edition. Yeah.
We have to talk about that because that's a thing.
Yeah. But no, but like what I want to do, I mean, I'm gonna see what's possible. Basically, I mean, if I can, well, yeah, my attempt was like, I got up, I jumped on the various sites for the various drops, and I got cart fucked more than a couple times.
Oh, it's bad.
I believe, cart fucked Walmart, cart fucked Best Buy, cart fucked Amazon, and then
I would describe it as probably impossible to get one over the next couple of weeks if you're trying to buy it as a regular human being.
Likely so. And then strangely, like bizarrely cart fucked with Walmart because like ended up adding it, and then later I didn't know this, but like Walmart like also stocks resellers, so then scalper prices were available on Walmart because I'm used to them being on Amazon. Man. But then it's like, no, they're on that too. So then it goes up, and I'm like, what the why is this? Where did these extra digits come from? Yeah. When I say cart fucked, I just mean like you're trying to get one at the same time as everyone else, and no one is able to get them because the bots acquire them all. So
my favorite is when you
getting the one in the cart. Yeah, you get it in the cart. Cart fucked means you get it in the cart, and then you can't check out because it's gone.
Because it's not there anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. So we'll see. I'm gonna try my best to do whatever I can, because I like we're currently playing what we're playing on the channel with like 13 Sentinels and Mario Galaxy and stuff. But like what I definitely want to do, what would be a lot of fun. There's Yakuza 0, which I want to play, and I absolutely want to sit him down and have some Reggie versus Demon Souls and see how that gets handled. You want to see what
it's like in the other chair?
I want to see what it's like in the other chair. And I'm no fucking, I'm no pro, but I at least played that game. So I want to see how he handles that. So like this is another thing I'm looking forward to. But it's like if I can get one, then we can make it happen.
Yeah. Oh man, there's a lot to talk about this week. Because you want to talk about the console, or you want to talk about Devil May Cry?
Well, let's go with the console first. It's a new console generation. A new week has started.
All right,
you can talk about that, and I'll talk about what the Xbox is doing.
All right, so hey, it's a new console. Guess what? Games look nice.
Yep.
The backwards compatibility is very impressive, particularly if you load in a Sony game into it, because they were all updated to fuck with their resolution or performance modes. So now Ghost of Tsushima looks like a next-gen title because it runs at 60 FPS 4K.
Nice.
God of War has now like a fucking 60 FPS mode. Shit's crazy. Bloodborne still looks like shit. Like, it looks like shit. It's so bad in comparison now.
They gotta be doing something.
It's upsetting.
They gotta
be doing something. No, they don't have to be doing anything. They don't,
but that's a really sad thing. It's not even touched, whereas so many other things are. That's pretty bad.
It is very sad.
Loading time no longer exists.
They do. They're just really fast.
I mean, the 13 Sentinels video I saw was like, select the save file, and then the thumbnail becomes gameplay.
Well, yeah, sure, but that's loading like 2D assets.
Of course,
right?
But it's just like, wow,
People have been asking me, hey man, how's Demon Souls? Which might be the most bizarre sequence of questions ever, because it's literally just Demon Souls.
Except for those monster changes.
Yeah, except for the monster changes. So visually, let's talk about it technically. It's absolutely incredible. It's like astonishing. It looks so good. The monster changes, I'm iffy on. I would say overall, from a visual presentation, it is a win. However, there are a lot more design changes than expected. I am indifferent on about 75% of them. They just look different. About 15% of the remaining are like, that's not as good. And the remaining after that, which is 10%, are like horrible. Like, fuck.
Every side-by-side tweet I've seen has been a pretty bad step down.
I
Still
don't like...
very excited for this game, but some of those decisions kind of did... there's a quote where like Miyazaki's talking about how just gross things don't get by him on the design team. It's got to be dignity. It's got to have dignity to it. And that completely, I feel like, is what is being called into question here, where, you know, Fat Official, for example, like you just kind of put the
Fat
guy
Official is the absolute worst change
with the boils and the sores, and you just kind of go like, well, that's not really a trade up. It's a different thing, you know? So
I'm gonna mentally mind palace theory craft why the Black Official was changed.
Fat Official.
Or the Fat Minister, or whatever the fuck it's called. The fat
you were thinking of his face, maybe?
I literally found out during this process. Did I say Black Official?
You sure did.
Oh, wow.
Were you thinking of his head?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
So here's the thing. I found out during this process that it's not a mask.
Right.
I, for this entire time, thought it was a mask.
Right.
And then in the concept art, you can see in the skin between his wrist and
his glove,
the bottom part of his shirt, it is actually his skin is just super black. And I imagine when they were going to make that new character, they were like, and that's why he's no longer black, because he used to be really, really black. And it might have looked weird.
Yeah, but they could have gone.
Gen.
They could have gone. It doesn't. It's not a humongous deal, but it definitely is something where they could have kept the energy in a different way.
More importantly, where's his smile?
That's what I'm saying. The sinister smile was a big part of what I felt was lost, and then if you're gonna go with like, okay, we're not gonna do a weird black face because we don't really know what's going on there, then it doesn't have to be black. It can be like a weird shade of another color that's inhuman, you know? Because like he's not like you know, African American black. He's like dark, weird obsidian.
He's like onyx or obsidian or something, yeah.
Yeah, so you can go into another strange non-human color and actually keep that gray or weird blue. Like you can go into places that are like, oh, something's off about that, and keep the same, his entire face, including his teeth, for some reason, are all the same color. And then, yeah, he's got that sinister smile, you know?
The one thing I will say, I don't like
Vanta Black.
the way people are comparing these things, which is in screenshot form with like it cropped.
Right.
Because the biggest actual improvement to the game is the animations.
Okay.
The weapon animations in particular are incredible, particularly the unique and custom backstabs and parry animations for everything. As well as the game running at 60 frames a second with a better camera makes all the difference in the world. So it is not the slam dunk it needed to be. It is in fact actually a mostly positive mixed bag.
I would like, I mean, I don't know that Blue Point comes out to like talk about their process in these moments. I know that they show off things about like what they did with Shadow of the Colossus, and like they kind of walk you through there was an interview where they walk through some of that, but in this particular case, when it comes to like, you know, changing the design of characters, I don't think any of the Colossus like went through design changes, right? No. So when you're doing that with enemies in this kind of case, you have to kind of wonder, like, okay, what was the artist going for, and what was the thought process? Because yeah, like if it loses some of its dignity, you kind of want to hear what they were thinking, you know?
Yeah, it's tough. Like I've seen a lot of people saying that they didn't play the original and thus can't understand the problem.
Oh yeah,
and I
that
get
would
that.
I could imagine.
There's also they fixed the Maneater fog door bug. You can't shoot Maneater with arrows through his fog
Through
door
the door
anymore,
anymore. Well,
which means you have to actually fight Maneater legit, which is that's gonna be real. Cause fuck. Overall, yeah, it's really good. But probably the most interesting thing about Demon Souls, and I don't mean the best, I mean the most interesting thing, actually segues perfectly into the discussion of the DualSense controller. That is the PlayStation 5 DualSense controller.
I did manage to acquire 2 of those.
Guess what? They're fantastic.
They're pretty good.
They feel much. God, do they feel better than the goddamn PlayStation 4 controller? It's
So
that's not hard, but it's,
so I bought one, and Amazon sent me 2.
Fucking sick.
I don't know.
That's great. The DualSense is like as a controller, it is very similar to the PS4. It just has a better feel, has better shape.
The weight's good.
The light on the front can be seen from the front, which led to a really funny article where people are like, "Did you know that Resident Evil 3 on PS5 has a secret feature where the light turns red when you're damaged?" I'm like, "Yeah, there are actually hundreds of PS4 games that had that, including Resident Evil 3, that nobody knew because the goddamn light on the fucking front of the fucking thing would only face away from the player for some goddamn reason. Super dumb. But the feature that I've been messing around with the most interestingly, which I don't think you would have had a chance to fuck around with yet, is the haptic rumble / haptic feedback.
No.
Shit.
No, I mean,
So
I wouldn't be able to. So, like, yeah, how is that? What is
all
that?
right. This is remarkably difficult to explain via words, but I'm going to give it a shot. So, the PS5, I'm actually not doing it. I'm holding it, by the way, video audience. I'm holding it not to give you a video demonstration, but to look at it so that I can try and explain this. The rumble in this thing is how do I put this? I think that the jump from regular rumble to this rumble is a bigger deal than the jump from literally nothing to the N64 rumble pack.
Okay. That's high praise.
Your classic rumble, as used in a Xbox controller or a PlayStation controller, is caused by 2 spinning pieces of metal in the bottom of either side that spins 1 for weak rumble, 1 for strong rumble, and both for extra strong rumble. This does not use that at all. This has what I think are lo-fi speakers in the handles. And those speakers appear to run the entire length all the way to the top of the goddamn controller. And the rumble that is being transmitted to you is not like a spinning actuator. It is actually the game's audio mix being pumped into the speakers. And it's different pieces of the game's audio mix being put into the speakers.
Okay.
So what this means is that in the olden times, like Demon Souls, you would, say, grab a rapier and you would stab an enemy, right? And it would go because of course it did, right? It would usually use the middle rumble like the strength, and it would almost always do that for almost everything, right? So you would stab it, and you go brr, and that would be it. And I ended up turning rumble off on almost all games because I actually hate it. Right? In Demon's Souls, when you go and stab a man, first of all, the speaker is using a lot more playtime. So character-centric sounds tend to have a mix specific to the controller. So like the roll noise actually has an audio component that comes out of the controller when you hit the floor. Because I assume it assumes your character hit the floor, right?
You're playing with headphones, though, right?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
So when you go to stab a man, you know the whoosh, like the shink noise of like stabbing a guy. You can feel the rumble travel from the top of the controller down to your palms, and it's uneven, so that it feels like a scrape. If that makes any sense.
Okay, like it feels like something was off.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It feels like you are hitting an object and it is an uneven like stab. When you cast Soul Arrow, you can feel the rumble begin in your palm near the bottom, build up towards the triggers, then pulse down.
Wow. Okay.
It is really, really nuts.
So
it's really, really nuts.
Now that feature is like kind of what I think the Switch was trying to say it had, where like you had HD rumble essentially being sold, but like I don't think anything I played. Like you have that little slight bump, then the little bit of feedback you get when like highlighting things sometimes, you know.
So
but I don't think I've felt anything like that detailed.
There's a demo that comes with the PlayStation 5 called Astro's Playroom, and Astro's Playroom is dedicated to just show like really flexing on HD rumble and being like, yeah. So one of the things I could tell you with my eyes closed if I was on grass, white tile, blue tile, or glass walking around easily. Like it's very distinctive in feel.
Now how many games are doing this though?
Not that many. There's also it was specific enough that they combined it with the Joy-Con, the gyro, that they do a little thing where they put a little bunch of little goober mascots into your controller, and then they say shake the controller around, and it actively and pretty successfully imitates the feeling of when I turn it down, it feels like they're sitting in the bottom gravity wise, and when I shake it, it feels like they're hitting the sides.
Wow. Okay.
It's so crazy. It is so nuts. And that is half of it. The other half is the triggers. So when you just have a regular PlayStation 4 trigger, they're a little mushy. I like them. I really like the PS4 triggers. These are most of the time exactly the same as the PS4 triggers. However, when they decide to kick it up, it is the craziest thing ever. So what the trigger actually has is a gear and coil inside of it that can determine level of resistance at certain distances. So what happens is the trigger itself can rumble separate from the rest of the controller. So it can also fight you at varying levels of strength at different parts. So in Bug Snacks, when you go to take a photograph of something, the first 10% of the trigger pull is normal, and then you hit a hard block. It feels like
a real camera.
No, it feels like a camera, but it also feels like, you ever use one of those 360 or Xbox controllers where you can lock the controller to a certain...
Yeah, totally, all the time.
It feels like that. But if you push past it,
yes,
it will snap past it and then rumble.
So a real camera, like that you use, will have a soft touch that stops halfway through, and that'll be your focus, and then it'll get whatever in focus. If you're using like a DSLR, and then you can push past it to click, and that'll be the shot. You know.
To those of you who have not used a real camera, if you ever played a GameCube game, it is like the GameCube's R button times 1,000 that can be modified per button, per instance, per game. So Bugsnax had that for the camera, but never had it for anything else. There was a laser pointer thing that would rumble more as I pushed it down, and if I pushed it down lightly and I got it to 50%, the rumble was so strong it would actually push my finger off the button.
Okay.
I have not played Call of Duty Cold War yet, but people are telling me that every single gun in Call of Duty Cold War has a slightly different trigger pull feel.
Wow. So if a game wanted to, let's say, minimize that trigger pull length entirely and make it as shallow as possible with a clean input for, I don't know, let's say a hard kick button. It can be game specific for that. That's fucking sick.
Yep.
No need to send it off for modding.
I'm tempted to get Call of Duty just to shoot guns in it. It can go anywhere between like a squish, a hard squish, a trigger pull, multiple levels of... It's really crazy.
Okay.
It's so cool.
Yeah,
it has made the feeling of like testing out what new things do in a game about as exciting as... Well, did you ever play Ape Escape 1?
No.
Okay, because when Ape Escape 1 came out, that was crazy. With the dual analog and the rumble.
I did play the demo,
nuts.
So I did get the impression a little bit. But yeah, okay.
It's like that again, but for every game.
Okay.
It's nuts.
Yeah, again, I just like the pulling it out of the box, size, weight, overall, heft to it, is all pretty much like the best you're gonna get of the PlayStation configuration. I was pretty satisfied with everything on it, and I feel like like this is it's a random tweet that kind of came out, but like, just as an aside, while we're talking about these types of features, the fact that the PS5 has a turn off all Bluetooth devices feature, thank fucking Christ, that is a beautiful thing for tournament purposes that just saved everybody's lives.
Oh, there's actually a lot of incredible features on this thing that are... Some of them are part of the PS5, some of them are not. It has a microphone in it that seems a lot better than almost any other controller microphone that I've used. If you hit the tiny little button that is at the bottom of the controller that is otherwise invisible, it mutes you. It mutes you instantly. You can also set it to start muted. You can also hold the button down to mute the game's audio. I'm also seeing people in chat talking about Nioh in DMC5 SE on the PS5. You can feel the Red Queen exceed like a motorcycle handle. It makes it easier to max act.
That sounds fun. If it doesn't fuck it up though, if you have, like, let's be real, like if you are used to the timing and everything with that, a little bit of extra feedback might actually fuck you up a little bit. So let's.
However, Astro Playroom uses it great. Demon Souls uses it great. DMC5 apparently does well with it. Call of Duty apparently does well with it. Valhalla, which I've also been playing, don't have much to say. It's fine. Cool game. One of the creative directors left on it because he was cheating on his wife with tons of women. Good for you, buddy, dumbass. And then Ubisoft fired him for other investigative reasons that they won't share. Every time I play an Ubisoft game, I feel necessary to point out that many of the senior staffers come. Valhalla's good. The haptic feedback on it sucks ass. I thought they weren't using it until I felt like a weak ass little scrape on my boat, and I'm like, oh wow, okay, they are using it. They're being lazy about it. So it will vary wildly. Sony first party shit will obviously kill.
As most new features that come out on any generation are.
Yeah.
It's up to the developer effort. Mm-hmm.
I would very much. So this is getting Steam support probably by the end of the week. It's already in the beta client. And that includes being able to set the triggers yourself and all that Rumble shit. I really, really hope that any multi-plat games that have PS4, PS5 controller support stuff that come to PC will also have those exact same features come to the PC. As it currently is, and the fact that PS5 games have tended to actually go for a better frame rate than anything, right? Like almost everything is 60 right now. And there are games that have lots of performance modes. As long as the PS5 keeps trying to do the performance mode thing, I would be very interested in buying nearly everything on that PlayStation machine. Because this HD Rumble shit, a haptic feedback shit, if it is in the game, is nuts. It is crazy.
How about the?
I like it.
How about the system itself?
That's fine. It's fucking PS4 with a slightly different interface.
Have you used any cards?
Cards?
The new card system, where they?
Oh no, fuck that. I don't give a shit about that. That's stupid.
Okay.
No, I turn on the video game.
Fair enough.
And the video game.
Yeah.
It's good.
Have you
just
killed the battery yet?
Yeah, it's about 13 hours, 14 hours. It's about twice as long as the regular PS4 battery, which is
fucking sick.
I saw somebody in the chat point out, and I guess I should point out as well. Anybody who's been following me or this podcast for a long time, I hate almost every gimmick. I don't like VR. I hate motion controls. I don't even really like the Wii pointer. I really, really, really like this goddamn haptic feedback shit. I think it is super. I think it is just super.
That's pretty sick. That's they didn't sell it as a humongous deal. They kind of went like, we got some new cool feelings on it. And I was like, yeah, it's Rumble. You know, I didn't look twice over it when I was reading it on the list.
I don't blame them because I read every article about this feature before it came out and went, yeah, whatever. And
Exactly.
then I stabbed one guy in Demon Souls and went, ooh, you know, like,
okay.
It is very similar to the Wii Remote original like thing of like you probably have to actually get hands on this to care at all. And once you do get hands on, you'll be like, oh, you know who I am? I'm the captain from Flapjack looking at that little dog do a backflip. You'll have to do more than that to impress. Ooh.
Right.
But like the mind races with obvious implementations like racing games, right? Or any game that has a gun.
Fishing would
the
be
gyro on it's
unbelievable.
actually really sensitive
If
too.
you could feel it traveling from left to right, north to south.
Oh, totally.
Like that would be beautiful. Fishing would be great.
It is a shame that COVID is happening, and I you know, or else I would hop over to your house and show it to you, but that's not going to happen. Sorry, dude. But you'll get a PS5 one day.
One day.
But for the time being, you will have to be all like, darn, I wish I could feel the haptics.
Well, I mean, I don't know if those drivers are going to come out and allow similar things to happen on Steam, but if they do, I'd be very happy about that.
I assume within a couple weeks you'll be able to plug it into your PC and at least feel something, right? And be like, hey, look, I fucked around with this, and you can trigger it manually and just run through all the different permutations.
You want to hear about the X-Bone controller? The
I would
the
love to hear
XX
about
controller?
the
It's the same. The XX
props.
controller, it's the same fucking thing.
All right. Before I ask you to continue, they sent you the correct Xbox, right?
They did send me the correct Xbox. I did get the tower. It's a big black box, and it's I don't know how the PS5 comes out of the case, but the box for the XX is made for unboxing.
The PS5 one is not.
Yeah, the XX box is presented in a way where, so first of all, the box opens diagonally like a treasure chest.
Oh, shut up! Shut up!
And then centered in the green packaging is your black tower, and it's wrapped up in a soft plastic, and then there is a ribbon like thing around that with some extra branding on it, and it says your journey starts here or some shit like that, and it's very Silicon Valley, because the way that iPhones are sold and a lot of new devices are sold in a way where they kind of want the packaging to be light, recyclable, and to reflect an experience when you open it up. And I can't help but feel all of that bullshit when I open this thing.
That really feels consistent with the naming convention and the way they're portraying it and how confusing it is. Is it a new machine even? I don't know, kind of thing. Oh man, that reminds me. The PS5 has a legitimately bizarre issue because of the backwards compatibility. When I bought Assassin's Creed Valhalla, it started to download both versions of the game.
Whoa, okay.
Because the way that a lot of games have actually been put onto the store is that it's the PS4 version that you buy,
and then you get
with
a
$10 upgrade or whatever. And I saw people talking about how Bugsnax doesn't look very good, and it's well, actually, you've been playing the PS4 version,
so you could run the wrong version of these games, and it doesn't give you a little warning.
Weird. It's super weird.
It doesn't give you a little thing going, "Hey, by the way, what the fuck are you doing?" No,
because it's backwards compatible.
Oh, they gotta do something. You gotta give the big blue heads up.
Maybe not, because that will pass very quickly. That will
blue
pass.
Blue is the old, white is the new.
Yeah. There's a PS4 version of Bugsnax, yes, and ironically enough, it's not free with PlayStation Plus. The PS4 version of Bugsnax you pay for.
So you get this shit, right? And then you what do? You pop it open, and it's got this big old, tech fetish jerk off kind of packaging. And then you see the setup instructions. And the setup instructions are as follows. Step 1, plug in your XX. Step 2,
right.
Download the Xbox app on your phone and continue the setup instructions from there.
No. That's legitimately bad. What if you don't have a smartphone?
And I'm like, word. On God, Xbox? And Xbox is like, uh-huh. And then me and Xbox have a little stare down like Sean Puffy Combs and that dude in that GIF just staring at each other. And they're like, and I'm reading it on the paper, right? And I'm like, yeah, okay. And I plug it in, and then I put in the Ethernet, and then I turn it on, Ethernet, excuse me. And I, connect the controller, and then Xbox is like, hey, bro, download that Xbox app and set up the console. And I'm like, bitch, you thought, right? This is a wild world. And I'm like, are we actually at this point? Because anytime, let's be real, right? Take a second. anytime a company has thought that we're at that place where it's like, fuck you, we know you have a phone. You piece of shit, we know you have a phone. You better use it. Let us get in there. And they try to fight that battle, they lose. It never fucking works, right? So Xbox is like, what you gonna do, bro? You want to set this up or not? And it's like, okay, no, hold on a second. I am a child without the internet in a cabin in fucking the Yukon. All right?
Well, I guess you can go die, child.
What the fuck? And then it's like, no, okay, there is a skip option. There is a skip option.
Yeah, of course there is.
It is there. It is, and it's like, all right, fine, you don't want to do it. So I'm like, yeah, fuck you. Let's get past this shit. And then you go through the setup, and then it's like, okay, I log in to, whatever, my previous account, and it brings all the settings forward. And then it's like, all right, we're going to update the system, and we're going to update the controller and set up everything in the meantime. There's some other settings you're going to need to set up. If you'd like, while this progress bar loads, you should download that Xbox app and get in on this, and we can set your settings up in the meantime so that when this progress bar is done, you don't have to do anything. And I'm like, what part about Yukon did you not understand? What are you missing here? They are trying their best. Someone is really working it. They want you in there. They want that app on your fucking phone.
So I think the funniest part about this is that PlayStation also wants you to get their app.
Okay.
Right? And I feel like they actually did a better job tricking you into using their app.
Okay.
Because I actually had the PlayStation app on my phone prior to installing my PS5, right? And the reason why I had it on my phone is because buying games through the PlayStation website is so horrible that I would rather use the app.
The new store, that is.
No, the old one too.
Okay.
It's just easier to buy it through the goddamn phone.
All right.
And when you turn on the PS5, one of the first options is, hey man, log in. Or just point your phone at this QR code.
QR code, yeah.
And you do that, and it just logs in everything for you.
See, that's beautiful. That's the actual reason, right? Discord, same thing. That, like, the little QR code thing, like, yes, that is how you actually sell that.
Oh, okay. And then when I was downloading games, I noticed that the app actually has a decent feature where I got notifications when Demon's Souls stopped downloading.
And to be fair, that is what Microsoft was pushing with it. But, like, I'm like, I see that, and anytime some fucking piece of technology comes out of the box going, I smell a phone. I'm like, I'm gonna fight it.
In that fucking room. Put me
I'm
on
gonna
your phone.
fight it to the death every time. And it's like, oh yeah, well, how come I'm feeling some internet up my ass right now? Plug it out. What internet? There is no internet. You don't know shit. I will fight that every time.
That it may not be a problem currently, but the PS5 did have a very real growing pain the week of its launch that luckily I dodged. But are you familiar with ACG, Angry Centaur Gaming?
No.
It's a bizarre name for a guy who does great work and is actually incredibly calm. Must be one of those situations where you make the name and then you're stuck with it forever. But ACG does great reviews. I love his stuff. He got a PS5 early. I'm not sure if he got it through legit channels or, like a preview copy or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But he was playing Miles Morales. And Miles Morales, prior to its day one patch, had a tiny little bug where if you put the system into rest mode without turning the game off, like everybody does, because that's a feature of the console,
mm-hmm.
It's possible that when you turn it back on, it says, hey man, why did you disconnect the PS5's hard drive like that?
Ooh.
And you go, no, I didn't. And it goes, don't worry, we'll we'll do a system rebuild. And you're like, wait, hold on, and then it bricks you.
Oh, compliance.
So on launch day, ACG got his goddamn fucking shit bricked.
Oh, Jesus.
And he was not the only one. There were other people.
TCR 12.1.6 point flurf.
Oh, man.
Don't fucking do that.
Oof. Apparently that was a bit of a day zero bug that has been since fixed. But god damn it.
Well,
I've also turned the PS5 off and turned it back on to have it tell me that I didn't disconnect my external hard drive correctly. And I'm like, bitch, I didn't. You just powered down.
See, I thought you were going to bring up the other bug in Miles Morales that involves bricking, in which somebody has video of apparently they slammed into a wall of a building so hard that Spider-Man became a brick. And there's video of a brick swinging through New York City.
It's great. It's super good.
So you can get bricked in that way too. Looks great. Spider-Man looks great. Miles Morales looks really cool. But that's a fucking bad one.
Yeah, that's a bad one. Apparently that has been fixed, but beware when you get new consoles. Be aware.
I don't think I ever got over that RROD fear. The Red Ring of Death age is a permanently traumatizing one in terms of like, okay, that's a misuse of the word, but in terms of like buying a new console, the fear that it might just be non-functional is a humongous one, and I still have that with new tech, especially new tech that's putting a lot of like cutting edge expensive shit into an affordable box.
Yeah. Especially when you're getting it for work. And you might not be able to get another one for work if this one dies in a timely manner. I was talking to some friends like 2-3 nights ago over how fucking bad Red Ring was that it is now the word for your console dying. Like that.
I mean, we still say bricks, but you know.
Yeah, you'd say brick, but like you could easily say, yeah, my PlayStation 5 Red Ring. And everyone would know exactly what you're talking about. Because, God, 100% of first-generation Xbox 360s would die.
I think I've told the story before, but, you know, what's fun is trying to run a tournament for Street Fighter 4 with multiple 360s, all of which just decide to take shits at different points in time, and there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah.
How many Xboxes did you go through? I went through 3.
Personally, I went through 3. I went through like a standard white, and then I went through a gray, and then I went through the small like mini at the end. But
the Elite is the only one that didn't die on me.
Yeah, but for tournament purposes, I had way more than that. I had a pile of them. For tournaments.
Oh man, hey, let's talk about fighting games for a second, because I need to ask you a real question about online tournaments and in-person tournaments, and it's about Blaze Blue. What's it called again? Not Blaze Blue. The Grand
Blue versus
Fantasy Versus.
Yeah.
So you've played that game on the current consoles?
I have.
The old ones? That's a 30 FPS
gen,
fighting. Yeah, previous gen. That's a 30 FPS one, right?
Yeah, it's not 60. No.
Guess what it is on PS5?
Oh, word. Wait.
It provides a dramatic advantage.
Wait.
When you're playing it on the new console.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Wait, it runs at a higher frame rate on PS5?
Oh, yeah, it runs at lock 60.
Okay, that's not good. I didn't hear about that. Oh, that's... Yeah. Okay. I did not hear about that. Huh. That's a weird problem to have.
Wait, Grand Blue is 60 on PS4? Then why is everybody telling me it ran at 30? I need to do more research.
Was it?
He even confirmed it with me.
I thought it was.
I'm going to go look at footage and use my eyeballs.
Let's take a look.
I'm going to use my eyeballs.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, it's 60. Who should I blame for this? Who should I go through my Twitter timeline and find to blame for this?
Let's see. You don't need to run this game at 60 FPS. You don't. You absolutely need. No, you. Okay, there's a post. All right. Okay.
I will find someone to blame.
Well,
I could never have made this mistake by my own. I had to have been enabled.
yeah, it runs at locked 60. This is a discussion from earlier in this year. Fair enough. Now, when this reminds me that I got a series of texts from a friend regarding the Watch Dogs coding conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Who basically
I got a lot of people telling me that my friends don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, essentially, the scratch-looking editor is just a rule editor for the AI. Any AAA studio uses that, and it's used so that game designers can quickly make changes. It looks that way because it's not handling drawing code, and Unreal, Unity, and Godot have similar editors, and yeah, that's why it looked that way.
Hey, if you guys know whose fault it is that I was dumb earlier, you send me a message on Twitter. I'd appreciate it. Don't just send me messages saying you're dumb, though. That's at Pat Stares At. That's don't send me messages that I'm stupid. Don't do that. All right. Yeah, PS5's cool.
And yeah, well, yeah, I guess you're just gonna boot it up and like hit the button and play the game. Grab that controller. The controller for the XX is same thing, except it's an Elite with the D-pad replaced with the circular Elite, the circular D-pad.
Damn it.
You okay?
I'm getting a lot of messages that I'm stupid.
Well, I didn't correct you, so I'll share some of that blame. It's okay there. No worries.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah. So the D-pad, right, is just the circular one that you get with the Elite. That's kind of locked in at this point. And then you get into the actual fucking system, and it's just the exact same as the Xbox One. So nothing like it is.
Yeah, I saw people talking about that. I think I saw your tweets about
feels
it's kind of a bummer.
It doesn't feel like there's anything new. Someone then sent me like a link to like, here's a history of the changes that the Xbox has gone through, and it's true that like there's been different iterations that Microsoft has been pushing every 2 years or so. They've been updating things in this way, but like in terms of like the last update they made on the Xbox to now, the idea being that perhaps it was getting people ready for what was going to come with this, but it definitely just feels like you got a new system and it's running Windows, or it's like got a new iPhone and it's running iOS, and it's not like it works. I don't like the Xbox experience in its current iteration that much. I haven't
liked any Xbox UI called the experience.
Yeah, I all of these Metro light versions of UIs are not things I'm a fan of. I don't like the Metro style. Like, it's just, you know, I appreciate something like the cross media bar, and I appreciate something like the Switch, where it's a row of content, you know, and then a row of options. Like, I think that is elegant and simple in a way that tells you what you need, where you and shows you where it is at all times. But it's not like the worst it's ever been, but it just, it is what it is. And so in this case, you boot it up and you're like, oh, it's exactly like my last system. So you don't really feel
the same too.
You don't even feel like it's a new thing, And
I feel like they kind of want that.
Yeah, the series. They want this to be
but I don't want that.
Consoles as a PC sort of box, and then we can make tech upgrades so that they can do things like the Xbox One X. They can release new series midway through a generation and basically go, well, the hardware is different, but it's still running the same games, and that'll be their method of getting the half generations as a regular thing.
There is a definite feeling when you look at the PlayStation 5 UI that they changed it the absolute minimum they needed to make it feel different.
But it is like they repositioned the cross media bar, right? They made it a little higher.
It's a little higher up on the screen.
Yeah.
But then when you go to settings, it's really obvious that it's actually the same one.
Okay.
Because the settings option is identical all the way down.
And when you go back to the PS3 or you go back to your PSP, you're
like,
but but they're all versions of the same cross media bar idea, except for the Vita, which went for that fucking bubble thing that was just I'm gonna say the worst. I'm gonna say the worst interface, I think, of all consoles that come to mind right now is the Vita bubble system is number one most tracked. It was awful, and ripping the pages off, and I'm like, where did my options go? Is it on a folder behind the page with a ripped bubble tab? Do I have to grab the corner, or do I have to pop the bubble? What am I doing here? Oh boy. Anyway, it feels the same, and that's not a big deal because you're here for what the system can do in the games you're going to play. But it is interesting that mentally you don't get that little bookmark to say
new UI smell.
Shut the book, open the new one. It didn't really feel like that. But I loaded up 5SE and put on LDK, put on the ray tracing, and I couldn't fuck with the frame rate, which I think might be because of LDK, but I got to go back and play around and see. So I couldn't do any of the extreme frame rate stuff that they were pitching. But, started an LDK playthrough with Virgil. Played it. Felt good.
How's Virgil?
Feels nice. Feels like you got to earn those just frame judgment cuts, and what more do you need? You gotta fucking time them. They're not free. I tweeted out a little thing from the footage they put out where you hear him saying jackpot all the time.
The time?
Well, it's not all the time. It's when you can get 3 just frames in a row.
It's all the time for me because I'm great at just frame inputs.
And he's got more than a couple screen clears. He's got a super with each stance now, each weapon style. So obviously the World of V is his screen clear for having just concentration. But if you fill up SDT as well, you can do the Judgment Cut End, or you can do the Psycho Crusher, or you can do the big ground punch and just fucking melt anything and everything. Things still die like crazy. Virgil was always really, really strong and would just melt bosses faster than other game modes. That continues to be a thing. I believe there's a video of the big ground punch almost one-shotting Illusion Burial.
Yeah.
Right? So it's kind of like that sort of continues, but you still got to work. You still got to, handle the enemies. And when you get ganged up on by riots and shit like that, you still got to fucking slow it down and, play properly. Block is in, and block is actually, it's interesting. Is block is a
do you
method.
do it?
It's just holding down lock on with concentration.
Oh, that's it, huh?
But here's the thing, right? Remember how concentration works, right? So concentration is Virgil's meter for not whiffing and not jumping and not running around like an idiot like Dante. Concentration is you land your hits, you move with careful and direct motivation, and you can trick out of the way of enemies or like evade, but you can't jump and be like, oh god, otherwise you lose concentration. So walking and killing and moving and doing things elegantly with quote unquote dignity is supposed to build your concentration. So instead of, if you're in a situation where you're like, oh shit, I fucked up or I'm not going to be able to handle this, you can just stand in place and absorb the hit at cost of concentration.
Oh no, but you don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that, right? It is a fuck up, right? If you block, but it's there if you've been playing tightly so that you can actually like stay styling without having to like panic jump or panic run. So that's cool. And like the Mirage Edge, all the stuff. It's Virgil, and his taunts are fun. You if you've seen them, the EX one is fucking it's brilliant. They have a new cutscene that starts off the story.
Yeah.
And
Vante is no more.
So I hear, but I'm not there yet because I didn't get to go.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
I'm not. No. I didn't get all the way through because again, I've spent most of the week working on my Guilty Gear stuff. So like, I have a lot of writing and work to do for the Guilty Gear video. But the
people don't know. I will explain this.
Yeah.
So Vante is a cheeky little name that Devil May Cry people called the final boss of Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition if you played as Virgil, because you would fight Virgil, but they just
red coat
colored his coat red. They just colored his
Virgil
coat red.
Virgil in a red coat. Yep.
It's just shut up. It's totally Dante. Shut up. At the end of Devil May Cry Special Edition, with playing as Virgil, they have indeed created the new boss fights for Mission 19 and 20 being Dante and Dante for real this time.
Yeah, that's cool. To be expected. But yeah. And I
There's
saw
only one even bigger bummer. It should have been Dante and then Nero.
It should have been. But since we're just talking about it, shout outs to Hitchhiker, who I saw him freaking out because there was a thing where prior to this even going down, a bug occurred where someone was playing his versus mode mod and the player using Dante disconnected, but the other player continued to see Dante fighting, meaning
Which means that even
Dante had
back in the
AI,
day,
right? And
all that time ago.
Yeah. And like they're like, hold on a minute, when in the game would Dante need AI? Because when you're playing the multiplayer, you're either seeing people or you're not. They're not showing you the DMC crew with the computer playing as him. So what the fuck could that mean? Yeah. And basically that discovery led to him already realizing, oh shit, Dante had AI from back then. And then in this case, here's the reason for it. It's because you're going to fucking fight him.
So now that we've brought up Hitchhiker,
yeah,
before we move entirely on, I should ask you, did you fool around with the legendary Dark Knight mode in SE that is Special Edition?
That's the only mode I fooled around with.
How is it?
Like I said, I'm having fun with it. I think it's all right.
All right. The reason I ask is because over the past week, I played Hitchhiker, creator of DMC5 Strive. Dark Knights mod.
AKA Spite Edition.
It on the PC for the Spite Edition, which is now available on the DMC5 Nexus. I
Mm-hmm.
think it's through the common cheat table or whatever. Just go bug Hitchhiker on Twitter. He'll tell you, or he'll tweet it again and then I'll retweet it. Which has a total enemy remix as well as a shitzillion enemies, and including the fact that when you actually die in a mission for real, it says easy mode selectable is now selectable, which I was tricked into doing on stream.
Yeah, he sent me that clip.
Because I was hugely punked as the world premiere of this mod, so that they could get me with it.
Premiere. I believe as well.
Incredible job. Good job.
Yep. I believe I also saw a difficulty selection within LDK.
Yeah, the trainer has the ability to toggle what your player damage is and how many enemies are allowed to spawn in at once.
But also the enemy AI, no? Because the thing about...
I did not see that.
Because I thought I saw an image that basically was like, within LDK, how do you want the enemies to fight? Because with LDK standard, you don't get to also... It's a difficulty on its own, meaning you don't get to set them to, you know, a behavior setting after the fact. But I think with this mod, like, they actually did have that in there.
Hitchhiker is saying, yes, that is in fact the case. I didn't realize because I was playing a earlier version.
So that's pretty cool. That's something that's a downside about official LDK that's always been there, is you can only play it that one way.
I have to say, though, there is one thing about the Legendary Dark Knights mod, which, like, I love it because it is a mod. Because there's always a little bit of elbow grease and rubber bands going into modding a game like this. And you can see how the sausage is being made per enemy encounter. Because the way the mod seems to work is that he has placed enemies in the scene and then tagged them as multiply this enemy. So when an enemy loads in, you will see for a couple frames the first enemy, and then you actually see all the new versions spawn in on top of them and fall all over each other. And it looks like somebody mass summoning watermelons in Skyrim with the console commands.
And they're clipping.
Oh yeah, it looks so fucking ghetto. It's hilarious. It's really funny because you see like a bat, and the bat becomes so many bats that it's just a mass.
See, that's that energy. That's that energy of like, fuck you, Capcom. We're gonna make it work. We're gonna fucking make it work, bitch.
It's so funny. And as a result, if and when the Legendary Dark Might LDK mode comes to the PC, which it may one day, who knows? It probably will. But when it does, this will actually be a significantly different thing.
As a result.
Retaining its value.
Yeah. I was very pleasantly surprised that Hitchhiker was like, yo, you have any cool move ideas? And I'm like, what?
Yeah, he asked me, hey man, what do you want to give Nero? And I'm like, I literally have been thinking about that for years and can't tell you nothing. I don't know.
I had some ideas. So when the opportunity arises, I will take a look and see how that shit fares out, because some of that is I don't know if it's okay, if I should just spoil it or if it's in there or not or whatever the case is, Hitchhiker, but like that was a very like, oh my god, wait, what? Really? We can do this? You can fucking
we can do this, Wooly.
You
have the ability to tell somebody to make Devil May Cry moves happen.
Okay. Hey, there were pretty good ideas. Thank you. Hey,
what if people at Capcom are like, that's a cool mod, and then they take some of the ideas that Hitch put into the game that were your ideas, and then they're like, no, these are our ideas, and then put them into the next Devil May Cry, and then you can be like, I did this.
Okay, well then, Hitch, can I tell everybody what they were, or at the very least what the premise was, so that it's out there at least from now? I don't know. Maybe if you wanna save it, then that's fine too. But at the very least, it's like, let the record show.
I would say don't mention it until it's implemented.
Yeah,
then
I think
people will be sad.
You may pick one.
Oh no! Ah, you can pick one. Oh no, that's tough.
Okay. How about this?
That's
How about
tough.
this? You know what? I'll swerve it away from. I'll say this. A terribly underutilized aspect of Nero and Nero's kit was his rainbow dropkick.
That's
And
true.
we'll leave it at that.
Okay, that's good. I like that. That's good.
We'll leave it at that. So, yeah, that's the deal. We'll see where that goes. I'm when I get a chance, gonna go back to it. Did you Did you touch it at all? Did you go any ways
man.
into that?
I don't need it. I got the Spite edition.
Fair enough.
Also, for real though, like I'm playing like so many new games right now.
There's a lot going
that,
on.
Like the idea of like going back to an old one that like has a new character and all that, it's like it can wait till later. Like
Yeah.
there's absolutely no goddamn rush for me.
Well, it's the only next gen game I have access to that I care about.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Though
like,
I will say, Wooly, I mean, I don't know what your long-term plans for the future are in terms of LP stuff or whatever, especially since you mentioned that you want to do Yakuza 0 on the channel, but you know that Yakuza 7's on the Series X.
yes, I did see it that it's there. I did. But you know, I know that I got some proper homework to do first before I jump there. So
Okay, so I understand that mentality. I just want to say to everybody else, you don't need to do homework for Yakuza 7. It's very important.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they didn't call it Yakuza 7 out here.
Mm-hmm.
Because which is goofy because it's actually Yakuza like 16.
Okay, I don't have to do homework, but I want to because I enjoy my media that way more. I appreciate things more doing the homework that I don't even have to do, but I still want to do it.
Yeah, you'll get like Kamurocho has been the scene of like 14 different games, and having a couple trips around it always helps.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean that's pretty much like that was the the fucking motivator to like grab this thing when I saw it like available. Is just like, okay, let me just get my Virgil box, and that'll be there. And then whatever else, you know, we'll work towards it, and you know, fingers crossed on PS5s. But at the very least, I can say I wanted to replay DMC 5 for a while, and then I was like, you know what? Let me hold off on that.
Yeah, this is a really good excuse to replay DMC 5.
And you know, the timing, it was interesting because the timing of I was kind of, the timing was a little bit before, you know, there was some whispers in the background, so to speak, about the goings-ons. So I was basically sitting on going back to this game for a while now, and now that it's here, I'm like, I want to fucking touch it. I want to play so bad. So that's what's going on, you know. Yeah. That's pretty much that. Series X, again, nothing unique to go into in terms of
That's such a bummer.
Yeah.
Where's all the fun of like, cause like even with the PS5, I spent like I don't know, an hour just digging through menus, just being like, I wonder what this menu does differently now.
But yeah, there's not much to dig around with. There's not much to actually say about it. It's just, it's there. It's its thing. And you know, I don't think it will be easily forgotten once there's a number of games to play. But I don't really want to start buying games that I really want for PS5 on the XX.
Yeah.
You know,
especially with the controller shit, and like anything that even uses the haptic stuff even a little, I like you could get that version. Well, once you've used it yourself and know that you think it's cool.
I do have one other thing I wanted to shill this week for anybody who's interested. I picked up a good old bookski, Liam Wong's Tokyo, with like OO as in like as if the time, TOKY00. And this is a really, really cool book that is basic.
What is a book?
Yeah, I know, right? I can't believe there's a physical object in my hands right now. But what this is a collection of some beautiful photography that is basically Japan at night, color corrected to be cyberpunk.
Yeah, you don't have to do much to photos of Japan at night.
You really don't. And it's beautiful. Liam Wong was an art director on a number of Far Cry games, and I know that like the foreword is from Hideo Kojima, and it's just it's just a gorgeous collection of like photos that they make Tokyo look even more cyberpunk than it already is. And I just, I saw it, I'm like, fuck yeah, like I've been following his account and just like liking his amazing work for such a while now, and like it's like I'm gonna absolutely grab this and just put it down somewhere, because like this is some good pictures, good quality, good stuff. If you are interested at all in photography books or anything like that, I would like to push Liam Wong Tokyo at you, because it's super fucking worth it and beautiful. It's a nice
have
picture book.
I like pictures.
Yeah.
Especially nice city pictures. I don't know why, I just really like them.
Yes, I bought an Instagram in print format. That's exactly what I did.
Dude, when this COVID shit is over, I think I'm gonna go back to Japan for like a month, because
yeah.
Oh man.
Luckily, I got back just before, right? Like,
yeah.
So I got the second trip out of my system, but
I just want to walk around a cool city without feeling like I'm gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
That would be very nice. I would appreciate that. I have something to shill, and it's also an announcement and a thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to say to Australia, thank you, Australia. It has been a long road, but it is finally worth it. The Australia experiment has been a success now that Auntie Donna has their Netflix special. The Auntie Donna Netflix special is 6 episodes, and boy, is it fucking great. Boy, is it fucking fantastic.
I don't even... What?
You don't know about Auntie Donna?
What?
You don't? Oh, you actually don't know about Auntie Donna.
Way lost.
Auntie Donna has been a sketch comedy group.
Australian absurdist comedy group from Melbourne.
From many, many years. I have been a big fan much before they were popular, because I am the Auntie Donna hipster. Thank you.
Oh, you got in there, huh? Yeah.
I was in there because Australians are silly.
Hey, I was showing everybody Awesome Town.
Guess what? Auntie Donna followed a very similar trajectory.
Okay.
As Awesome Town. And I would not want to call them the Australian Lonely Island, though I could totally see the comparison, because it is also 3 guys who do musical sketches. And it's absurd as shit, and they got popular on the internet.
Perhaps the Australian Flight of the Conchords?
I don't know what that is. Is that some kind of New Zealand shit?
Okay, you know exactly what that is. Fuck off.
Okay. Anyway, I have been a huge fan of theirs for many, many years. They have had a lot of incredible video series. They had the Glenbury Middle School series. They had Haven't You Done Well? They've had Being Bigoted in the Workplace series of videos. They're really funny. They're
Okay.
just really, really hilarious, a silly Australian, very absurd. And their Netflix special, which is a 6-episode series, is just great. I cannot recommend it enough if you like fucking goofy shit.
And it's
If you like,
just came out.
it just came out. Like, I don't even want to. I don't know how to fucking sell Auntie Donna because it's so goofy.
Is this one of those things where they would sell out Madison Square Gardens if it were in Australia?
Oh, they've done American tours, which all sold out.
Okay, so they're just okay, it is a humongous thing. All right.
They've been like an up and coming thing for many years. And yes, they totally kill it in good old Australia.
Okay.
If you want a very quick Auntie Donna, like in 5 minutes, go check out Bikey Wars. But yeah, it's just silly fucking goofing around with your mates, humor of like they're walking through the fucking house complaining at each other that every single door or hinge in the house sounds like a man saying creaky door, in which they move things back and forth as Broden literally just says creaky door. Oh, I'm a creaky door. And hang out with the fake Queen of England and Tommy what was it? Tommy McNippletassels?
But would you say that the sacrifice was worth it? That the sacrifice of equivalent exchange that Australia had to make in order for Auntie Donna to get popular, something had to be given up in return.
Well, yeah, we had to deal with Australia for many years.
Well, no, I mean Australia itself made a trade. You see.
Oh, they had to live in Australia for many years.
So I don't know if you've heard the other news out of Australia, but
oh no,
the nation of Australia has completely banned hentai.
Yeah, I actually retweeted this like a week or two ago.
Was it worth it?
Australia, a country so terrified of pedophiles, I think is what they call them there, that they at one point, I think they either tried to pass or did pass a law saying strippers couldn't have less than a B cup.
Man,
because that was
that's crazy.
That was engaging to the pedophiles.
That's so crazy. That's wild. That's super fucked up to do. But yeah, so you sacrifice anime titties and you get your sketch comedy popular.
I don't think that is a worthy exchange because genuinely, Auntie Donna has been the funniest shit I've been watching on YouTube for years, and they have totally deserved their Netflix show, and it's a great Netflix show. And
I hear that, and I believe you, but on the other hand, anime titties.
I'm aware. I'm aware about anime titties. Listen, you may not think I'm aware. I am aware.
You know, when
They're
Edward
big,
Elric has to fucking put the sigil down and and convert a pile of hentai.
And said, "Oh, none of that here."
Has to convert a pile of hentai into the sketch comedy group.
Well, no, just into the Netflix contract.
Into the Netflix contract, exactly. They've already been there. Yeah. It's true. But then he gets pulled to the door. Oh, shit.
But yeah, if you like funny things, you should check out Auntie Donna's Netflix thing. And if you need more, they have a YouTube channel which has so many more bits. Recommend Bikey Wars. Haven't You Done Well? Anything where Mark pretends to be a racist caricature of an Italian, which might be their best bit in their new show.
Okay.
Bigoted Bill's real good.
Um,
Touchy-feely coworker is pretty good. Stay out of the kiln is pretty good. Roll call is really good. They're all pretty good, is what I'm saying. It's a good bit.
I will take the word for it. It's the fact that I guess you're, well, how do I put this? There's a time when friends would come up to me and be like, "Hey, check out this YouTube sketch comedy group," and then
oh man, and that was literally a different fucking batch every week. And half of them were the person telling you. Wasn't that fun? Yo, you need to check out this sketch comedy group. There's a really handsome guy in it.
Basically,
it's just you. I know.
And very, very rarely did it. Was it worth it? So that was rough, you know. But yeah, if this has got some proper credentials, then that sounds good. I like credentials, I suppose. Hey, so for a big old, I guess, change of pace, I'm gonna request a bathroom break this time because I've been holding in a mean bladder drop.
Dude, I gotta do it too.
I've been.
You want to cross streams?
No, but you can think about it while you pee.
I will not.
Okay, we will be right back after Big P. Righto.
Yo, what up?
Sponsors.
Let's do it.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Wooly yelling at you to shave your balls.
Oh, god damn it.
It's that time again. Well, listen, if you actually shaved your balls, then I wouldn't have to yell at you to shave your balls, now would I?
I don't have much more than some errant hairs to shave, Wooly.
Well, that may be you and your little red jungle, but, you know.
No, there's no jungle, man. No, that's cool.
Well, okay, well, listen. There's a lot of people out there that are not doing so hot down there.
That's true. That is true.
So the ball shave is a thing that I need to recommend, and I recommend you do so with Manscaped, because Manscaped offers you precision tools engineered for your family jewels. You can't be walking around all unkempt. You can't be dealing with the mess. You can't be dealing with the chafe and just all of the unpleasantness that is the jungle. And you definitely don't want to have your balls in a state where, you want visitors and shit's not tidy. You can do what you want, but you want a welcome mat. You don't want to have to kick a couple of boxes with dead cats underneath them because your fucking hoarder life place is horrible for inviting people in. You want a welcome mat, and then you want to open up the door and be like, hey, come on in. Look how nice this place is. That analogy worked out great. Manscaped.
You want a welcome mat. You don't want a dingy old bath mat that you really should have washed a long time ago that's getting all frayed and shit.
Nor do you want a creepy cabin that's falling apart and you got people standing at the door like, is it safe to walk in here? No. So here's what's up. The Manscaped Perfect Package 3.0. You're getting the electric trimmer, redesigned, revolutionary, in the form of the Lawnmower 3.0. Skin-safe technology, waterproof. You can use it in the shower. And it's, what better gift for the holiday season that approaches than the gift of clean balls? I think that's a pretty good gift, quite frankly, and I think you should think about that too. You got a crop preserver, anti-chafing ball deodorant, moisturizer. I swear by that shit. It's great. It's comfy. It works. No chafing. You got you gotta keep things under control in terms of presentation, in terms of smell, in terms of overall good feeling. There's a lot of senses can be upset by mismanaged balls. so the Manscaped Perfect Package is great for that. And they've even got some boxers that'll keep your junk feeling fresh that you can take a look at. They're doing all kinds of things to keep your nether regions feeling good. So yeah, why not get 20% off and free shipping if you go to manscaped.com/superbeast. That's manscaped.com/superbeast to get 20% off and free shipping. Once again, 20% off and free shipping with manscaped.com/superbeast. Get to work. Get to work down there. You won't regret it. You will regret it if you don't get to work. I'll be back to yell at you about the state of your nuts shortly.
At a later time.
At a later time.
Why don't you ever congratulate anyone who does shave their nuts?
Because they don't tell me about it. Fuck.
Should they? They should. If you shaved your nuts as a direct result of these ad reads and getting into Manscaped, you should hit up Wooly on Twitter and tell him how nice your balls smell.
Oh, god damn it. Twitter doesn't censor things. You're allowed to post anything on Twitter. Instagram has the decency to censor everything like a bunch of Puritans, but Twitter don't give a fuck.
Thanks,
You know what? Yeah. Yeah. I made this bed of pubic hair. I guess I have to sleep in it. Fucking. Oh, God damn it. All right. Don't ask me to rate anything. I ain't gonna rate no shit. The podcast is also sponsored by Kitty Poo Club. So yeah, this is.
Did you know that cats poop out their butts? It's true. It's disgusting.
Did you know that they're massive, huge shame about it? They
Yes,
really don't
I
like
did.
it. They don't like it when people see. They don't like it when people know. They want that buried.
They feel like a predator will chase them if their poop can be found.
Oh, I suppose that's probably more like it. I just kind of always was like, they're embarrassed.
Wait, really? No,
Whatever.
it's a don't chase me predator.
It's not just shame. It's not the cat feeling shame. Well, listen. You don't want your cat feeling shame. And you definitely wanna take care of the kitty poo in the most convenient way possible. And that's where Kitty Poo Club can help you. Because it's an all-in-one litter box solution designed to be convenient for you. Every month, they deliver an affordable, high-quality, recyclable litter box pre-filled with the litter of your choice. And the boxes are leak-proof, eco-friendly, and they even got fun designs for each season. So yeah, when your month is up, you recycle the box, and Kitty Poo Club will deliver a new one to you. No need to change the used litter. No more cleaning. None of that muss nor fuss.
Toss it right out the window. By the way, don't toss it out the window.
No, but you can pretend it doesn't exist. Just right down the garbage chute into the dumpster. You know.
Someone else's problem now.
Find someone you don't like. No, don't do that. That's bad. That's not a good idea.
Don't do that. What are you doing today?
I'm telling people about Kitty Poo Club and the no risk guarantee that allows people to easily customize or cancel anytime. So yeah, whatever your order needs are, based on how many cats you have and what kind of litter they prefer, they can hook you up with all of that. So Kitty Poo Club right now is offering 20% off your first order when you set up auto ship by going to Kitty Poo Club and entering promo code SuperBeast. Just go to kittypooclub.com and enter promo code SuperBeast to get 20% off when you set up auto ship. One more time, kittypooclub.com. And don't forget to enter promo code SuperBeast at checkout so they know that we sent you. Thank you, Kitty Poo Club.
Thanks, Kitty Poo Club.
What if the predator is sneaking up on the cat to make it embarrassed by laughing at it? Yeah, there you go.
I don't think that's...
Well, listen.
I don't think cats understand the concept of embarrassment. They seem kind of like assholes.
They could if they spoke our language.
I don't know.
But they don't. And
just being able to speak a language doesn't give you the concept of shame.
It doesn't, but it can, and it gives you lots of other concepts, and that's why you should consider Babbel.
Oh my god, I was wondering where this is going.
Because the podcast is also sponsored by Babbel. If you've got language learning on your to-do list, you don't gotta waste time. You don't gotta just do the whole like, oh, maybe I'll get to it later. You can start right away, and you can start right away learning the language you want to learn in a method that will actually work. That's been proven by a number of real language experts, not machine learning algorithms or AI technology. You're learning real conversations from practical, real world examples.
On humans, yes.
On human beings.
Not the cat analogy you started this bit with.
Not at all. This is for learning human languages from human beings for human beings. And yeah, they've got interactive dialogue and speech recognition technology, so you can improve your pronunciations, improve your accent. So not only are you learning what to say, you're learning how to say it, and you can feel confident when you do say it. So that's way better than, just plugging away at it on your own without having that technology available. And that's why they got over 10 million subscriptions. There's 14 different languages you can choose from, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. Speak languages the way you always wanted to with Babbel. So right now you can get 3 months free with the purchase of a 3-month subscription with promo code CASTLE. Visit babbel.com and use promo code CASTLE on your 3-month subscription. So one more time, babbel.com and use promo code CASTLE. Thanks, Babbel. How you doing?
I just learned the most cursed knowledge of all. The most cursed knowledge man could know. Are you ready for this?
Hit me.
Do you want to get the cursed knowledge?
I've been cursed in many ways before.
Did you know that a lack of Sonic the Hedgehog can be a contributing cause to erectile dysfunction?
And which institute brings us this case study? What
Journals.plas.org article. Hold on, I'll send it to you.
Don't bother. Just we're good.
Erectile dysfunction is debilitating, blah, 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 blah. A critical regulator of penile, smooth muscle, and apoptosis is the secreted protein Sonic Hedgehog. Remember when they named a DNA strand after Sonic the Hedgehog?
Oh my god, that thing? Oh, that came back to haunt us?
Yeah, it's super dead!
The Sonic Hedgehog protein from years ago? Oh no! Oh no! Oh god damn it!
If you can't get it up, you need to get more Sonic Hedgehog in your penis.
You see what happens when you fuck around? Fucking naming rocks on planets on the moon and on planets like fucking Scooby-Doo and Snagglepuss and shit. Fucking nerd scientists naming shit. This is what happens when it comes back around. When the chickens come home to roost.
They have been testing injecting Sonic Hedgehog into rat penises to see if the dicks get hard.
Oh my god, everybody. Everybody has to stick with this. Can you imagine the faces of like senior professors and like super legitimate researchers typing this out and just rolling their eyes every time?
It says a lot that in the abstract that I sent you, the very first time it is mentioned, they call it Sonic Hedgehog, and then in brackets SHH, and then never mention it.
And then SHH for the rest of the description. Yep.
Yeah, they refuse to use the full name ever again. The SHH protein.
God.
It is hypothesized that decreased SHH protein is an underlying cause of erectile dysfunction development in prostatectomy and diabetic patients. Our results show significantly decreased Sonic Hedgehog in prostatectomy and diabetic penis. That's right. If you have diabetes, you have less Sonic the Hedgehog in your penis than the average man.
Like, nobody wins here. The person who named it doesn't win. Sega doesn't win. The researchers don't win.
The person who named it totally wins. What are you talking about?
But the person who named it is not going for this kind of, like, fame with it.
That's exactly what they're going for. That's the ultimate win.
They're going for wholesome, yay, look, I named it after my favorite video game, like, type of fame. They're not going after dick don't work fame.
Like,
that ain't the fame you want.
This is like...
Dick don't work fame ain't the good fame. That's the bad fame.
We need to get in on this because, like, can you imagine the cure for cancer is the newly discovered protein G.G. Allen was a genius? Excuse me, sir, I'll cure that cancer for you. You just need to shoot you up with some G.G. Allen.
This is awful. This is awful. And people for years from now are going to have to read this, and they're going to have to read other articles extrapolated from this.
Oh, no, we've discovered a Bam Margera tumor inside you. Oh, no. The only way to get it out is to chase it out with snakes.
Crash Bandicoot is really great at decreasing AIDS when it's active after HIV. You can take some prep to stop it initially, but Crash Bandicoot works wonders. We need to study Crash Bandicoot more. Yeah. Listen, man. Fucking... Cursed is right. Cursed is right.
Yeah, it's so cursed.
Yeah, that's cursed.
It's very cursed.
Yeah. You know, I gotta...
From the universe.
I gotta say, it really is weird, like, the fact that, you know, we are in a new video game console generation, and it just doesn't feel like it as much.
Because we're older.
Yeah. I think, like, the main exception is the feeling of, like, a bunch of dirty scalpers laughing in the dark. Having their way. I don't feel
like it used to be this bad.
No, it was. Scalping was always fucking trash. Bots have enabled it, but like it's always been this way on these console launches, man. Like, you know, and like now there's like, you know, there's forums and the threads where people are all like checking to see what they can get together, and people can commiserate. And I was following threads where people are just like, you know, like, oh man, I got mine. Oh, Best Buy is coming through. No, it canceled. Oh, fuck. Okay, guys. Okay, boys, get ready. We're going to try this. And everyone's kind of trying it together. And there's this kind of camaraderie in the hunt. And like, you hear people like breaking where they're just like, dude, I'm going to just buy the scalp. And it's like, no, don't enable them.
No, don't buy the scalp.
Don't enable them. You're just going to give them more power. You have to stand the moral ground.
Money to scalp more.
You know, and then they're like, but I need it, and my kid's birthday, and you know, and you're reading just like it's a community, man. And I was there scrolling through it, and like it is a real like 1 day, maybe 1 week tops community that comes together of people that are all like, you know, they're finding strength in the brotherhood of trying to just honestly get their hands on a system. And everyone is just like trying to reinforce each other with positive words, and some people do fall for the scalps, but it's you know, yeah, you gotta hang in there. It does suck though that like a bunch of alerts I got were for like Sony Direct, because it's like that would be a nice way to get it if Sony Direct worked in Canada, but it doesn't. Fuck me, yeah. So anyway, the generation is started, and I guess it'll just continue feeling this soft. Being old does have something to do with it, but
Also, having high-end
it's
PCs had something to do with it as well.
that's a part of it. That is a part of it.
Even back in the day, having a high-end PC, all the games were different.
There's also a thing too where the tapering at the end of a generation, like, well, I mean, I guess it's because PS4 was still as healthy as fucking ever, but PS4 has been around for like a fucking decade, and shit's still dropping, and will continue to drop. And just like kind of the PS2 that had like a really long life cycle and tail end, I feel like the more alive a current generation is, the less you're really thinking about like that next one when it comes along,
Also, I mean, the jump, like, do you remember first seeing a PlayStation or N64 in person? Have your fucking mind blown out your ass?
Yes. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Like, holy goddamn shit. That's like an arcade machine.
I would say the jump has become like, it's still humongous, but the impact is half as much as the last time.
Every time.
It's diminished by 50%.
I was thinking about this the other night, and I was talking to some friends about Oblivion, and I just happened to be scrolling through some clips and saw video footage of the Avatar 360 game where you played as like the Na'vi with the gun and you were shooting other Na'vi.
The game that gives you a free 1,000 points for doing a 5-hit combo?
The Avatar James Cameron one.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, Pandora. Right.
And I'm looking at it and I'm like, man, that was totally the shittiest generation. The 360 PS3 Wii was totally the worst.
I have a lot of good memories of 360 games. Yeah. XBLA stuff made me very happy. A lot of my happiest XBLA stuff were ports of old games, admittedly.
Yeah, they weren't they?
A lot of my favorite
XBLA game is? It's the port of Doom.
Sure. Yeah. Getting Soul Calibur 1, getting Ikaruga, getting a lot of stuff ported up made me happy. Third Strike Online. I don't know. I don't know about that sentiment.
All right. Well, when you say that, I demand that you provide a other-worthy, awful generation, and you can't say the Atari because of the crash, because before the crash, it was the beginning of video games. This is Capcom.
But technically, there was a generation before Nintendo, and it was the real first generation.
It was so awful, it almost killed the industry.
So that is always going to be the worst generation.
All right.
By definition.
We'll all agree that the Atari pre-crash was totally the worst generation.
I mean, Commodore is in there, and all those other, fucking pre-90s consoles, yeah. But anyway, let's take a look at what is going on. So yeah, I would say top of the list was the thing that everybody fucking woke up to in Montreal, the bizarreness of hearing about a hostage situation happening over at the Ubisoft building.
That was not poggers.
And I'm going to go ahead and say that I think most people that are like part of any sort of friend group or game community in this city probably know someone that works there. At minimum, one. There's a lot of employees that work at UB Montreal. when you and as someone who was, again, like, from coming from QA, I know people that are there, and coming from um the fighting game community as well, I know people that are there. So that was some fucking heinous, stupid shit that we had to see unfold. And the final state of affairs was Ubisoft responded by thanking the SPVM, which is our local police, in that they were able to confirm there was no threat, but they were called in for a hostage taking situation, and it seems like it turned out to be a swatting.
Hooray! How wonderful.
There's details that are still not super widely available about how and what went down, but one of the early ones, and there's always a lot of things that are not confirmed. One of the things that is not confirmed, but like I heard, was that the call might have been from inside the building, and someone that I spoke to that works there said that they heard the same thing. However, it's
That's
still
very interesting.
Very strange aspect to the story. In fact, the strangest. But either way, the end result is that it was not real. And of course, the police rolled in and tried to figure out what was happening with it. And a couple hours later, they were able to clear it. Some pretty scary images of like employees on the roof barricading the door, and like the helicopters were kind of nearby, just checking out the situation. Just a fucking a hyper fucked thing to have happening anywhere. And other things we know was that they were on a bit of a skeleton staff, because most people are working home from COVID, obviously. There still are people that go in. There are teams that go in basically to finish up any teams that are doing like ongoing products that are already out, kind of are working at home, whereas games that are about to release or currently are in the final stages are the teams that were there. So majority of the workforce was not there, but nonetheless, there was a point at which they thought like 12 people might have been inside. And for those of you who might not know, swatting is something that basically is when someone calls the police and says that there's a threat requiring a SWAT team at an address.
Dangerous maniac out here that you guys need to come over and shoot
whatever
before
they
he hurts
say.
Somebody.
And then the police roll up, and in a best case scenario, they fucking terrify somebody and kick a door down and find out nothing is going on. And in a worst case scenario, someone gets fucking shot and killed. So that is one of those things where, if you are responsible for that and that kind of thing happens, that's a body on your hands. You go to jail for that time. That's fucking, you killed that person.
Oh, you do.
So
go to the jail now, please.
And the threat of that occurring in a situation where it doesn't, thankfully, like this time around, is still high enough that you need to have the proverbial book thrown at you. So, holy shit, fuck those dog shit people that do that.
Mm-hmm.
Not much else to say on the story besides
Goes
that.
without saying, but I'll say it anyway. Hey, don't do that shit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, moving on to different news, I guess, because I don't have anything to add to that.
Yeah, no, not much to say. More details as they arise, I suppose, but that's it. So at this point, we talked last week about how there was some bad things happening over with Capcom. And as of today, multiple sites are reporting And Capcom has spoken up officially to release a statement about the fact that their servers were hacked and they were basically compromised with 1 terabyte of data. They believe they basically said in their statement that pretty much as we kind of were hinting at, as we were kind of mentioning last week, that personal information of employees was involved, sales reports and financial data, but now they're specifying that this might also involve personal information of customers, not credit card data, and confidential corporate information. They also released a timeline of events. Basically, initially they thought no customer information was breached, but now they believe that up to 350,000 people or cases might be breached.
Information are we talking about?
Well, again, they're
Is
saying
it people's emails, or is it like
they're not specifying, but they're saying no credit card data.
Oh, that's good.
So, there's that, and then, yes, they released a little timeline of the incidents, and basically, their data was held for ransom, and they contacted the police and tried to work things out, but that's pretty much the state of it. And at the moment, they're trying to figure out, like who and what and how, but like no details on what personal information of customers has been involved. But obviously, I think, this is the type of story that you want to stay tuned to find out if that might compromise something you could be on that list. Or so if they release anything about if it's just names, if it's emails, what that's going to be. So that's currently happening. And yeah, man, that's trash as well. That sucks. Especially considering that, one thing that we did mention last week that is the case as well is that as far as like employees go, employees did have their personal data involved as well. So that's what we're seeing from the reports Capcom has put out. So those were the 2 big things I would say that happened this week. Also,
what are you talking about? You forgot the biggest news this week of all, which I think you were actually going to segue into.
No, I probably wasn't, because I was going to segue. There's a couple places, but I mean, you want to talk about the big new discovery?
I did.
Okay. Well, the biggest
I was excited.
The biggest new exciting news of the week is that they found a new primate.
There's a new monkey.
New monkey.
They found a new monkey in Myanmar.
The Popa langur, named after its home in Mount Popa, is critically endangered with its numbers down to about 200 individuals. They found a new monkey, and the new monkey is already facing extinction.
This is going to go soon.
Return
cool
to
looking,
monk,
though.
They say. But little did they know that we discovered it as it was on its way out.
They're cute. I like them.
Born to die.
Oh, sorry, monkey.
World is a fuck. They eat leaves. They're found across Southeast Asia. And it's got a distinctive spectacle-like eye patch. But they're at risk because of habitat loss and hunting. And scientists have long suspected there might be a new species in Myanmar based on DNA extracted from droppings of wild monkeys, but evidence has been hard to find. New monkey alert.
No. This is when you get like the notification that something is downloading in your download bar, and then before you can click on it, it says the notification. You get the notification for it is finished downloading. This is like getting a new monkey discovered, and then another notification just says never mind.
World record any percent.
To monkey extinction.
Extinction any percent. WR. I mean, but isn't that the most 2020 possible natural
It
news
sure
we
is,
could
Wooly.
get?
It sure is.
Like, the discovery of some new shit immediately followed by it's fucking...
Oh, it died.
it's speedrun fucking death is the most... It's the most 2020 you can get. So, you know.
Oh, okay.
Let's not get it twisted here. No. There's even bigger news this week, my friend.
Bigger news than that.
If you were worried about the state of Boruto, my friend,
I was.
you need not be worried anymore.
Why?
Because Masashi Kishimoto is returning to claim the helm as writer on Boruto.
Oh my
now
God.
I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking out there.
God.
You're thinking, but wait. Hold on a minute. Wasn't he up to something else? No. It seems.
Yeah, about that.
Seems he was up to nothing else. Nothing else happened. Don't worry about it. Kishimoto's coming back. And if you enjoyed your children with non-traumatizing fucked up childhoods, just you wait. Hard cut to him just grabbing all those characters and just finding ways to just write it right in the bin. In the bin you go, you know. Good memes, good memeing. There's some good memeing to come from this. All the characters' childhoods, like getting dunked in the trash with like fucking like dunk contest level windmills. All female characters, all women in the story. Just dunk contest from the fucking free throw. Like, yeah. And in particular, I enjoyed the there's a good one. Are you familiar with the tough guy entrance meme?
I am not familiar with the tough guy entrance.
Tough guy entrance is a shot of a man. He's wearing some glasses and he walks into a room and just kind of stands there and like kind of poses, and then it zooms in on his face and he's just staring at everybody. He was a piece of shit involved with the Paris attacks, and he was tending like a tough guy after a...
Oh, I remember that guy. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Asshole Paris attack guy who let the people stay at his place. And he's and it's a tough guy pose. Yeah.
Yeah.
So people are just like, you know, Kishimoto walking back into the room after you heard you talking shit about Samurai 8.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. I legit can't think of any parallel to this situation ever, where somebody left to do better things and then horribly failed and then came back and people were like, no, stay away.
There has been Kojima trying to get away from Metal Gear from the director's chair ever since Snake Eater, but he never actually did.
Oh, Cliffy B, good one, chat.
But like, who has stepped away from a work or handed the work off in some way? Because it is a different series, and then came back after the Hindenburg.
I don't know, man.
Movies? Are there any movies where they're like, oh, well, they're okay. How about this? Starship Troopers, right?
Yeah.
Didn't Vanderbeek leave for 2 and then come back for 3 straight to DVD?
Oh, that might be true. That might have happened. But
I
he wasn't
believe
like
it
the creative force, right? Oh, Star Wars.
There was, yes, true, J.J. Abrams. True.
Yeah.
True.
There's a this is a bit tangential, but there's a really good like conversation your party members can have in Yakuza where they're walking down the street and they're like, "So Ichiban, what was it like being in jail for like 20 years?" He's like, "Well, when I got out, there's a bunch of manga that I wanted to catch up on." And then he's like, "Oh man, you must have had to go through a lot of volumes." Like, not really. It kept going on hiatus, and it's actually still going. I couldn't believe it.
Fucking nailed. Oh my god, that's beautiful.
That can apply to
Chef's
Hunter x
kiss.
Hunter. It can apply
Oh,
to
that's
Berserk,
beautiful.
and I can't think of anything else. It has to be one of those two.
It's something you care about. It's something you care about. It's gone on
Could
hiatus.
you imagine?
It'll come back
Could you
eventually.
imagine getting out of jail after a 20-year stint and being like, Berserk, no, what? What?
Your favorite manga is on hiatus. God. There's a fucking hard drive article to exploit the premise on. But anyway. Excuse me. What? Yes, I was gonna say that Toriyama. I don't know if that counts. It doesn't. Maybe it does, but it doesn't feel like it because GT effectively killed Dragon Ball.
Oh, it sure did.
So it doesn't feel like he, But like if it kept going, if Super happened right after GT, it would have felt more like this type of situation, But yeah. That being said,
it's awful for anybody that's enjoying Boruto. I feel really bad.
Can I give GT one like sideways compliment though?
Super 17's a really cool design.
Not just that, or the idea of fusing with yourself. Not necessarily. And I not talking about that. No, the overall on paper idea of making Dragon Ball resemble OG Dragon Ball a little bit more.
Yeah.
Is a noble and worthy endeavor. On paper, the idea of making things go back to how Dragon Ball kind of used to be is something that I don't hate,
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Anyway.
Just the adventures they happen to go on were fucking terrible.
Saw fucking out of context just shot of Yajirobe roasting Piccolo's brother. Just like fucking Dragon Ball was wild.
Dragon Ball is nuts. Dragon Ball is like I think Dragon Ball is like a more consistently good manga than Z.
I mean, yeah, it's just that Z was inventing shonen as we know it,
Yeah.
It was inventing the cool fight thing as we know it. So like it was like in a time when we weren't like there were other fight manga certainly, but like that particular formula, kind of was showing people like a whole new, oh my god, it's like it's the stands came in, but
Yeah.
OG Dragon Ball had stories, it had characters, it had a charm, there was fun and goofy shit, and fights had like solutions that sometimes were like weird and technical and not necessarily just based on a number.
Less than big number.
Yeah, Goku flying versus learning how to fly versus you having Nimbus versus feet Kamehamehas, and yeah, like all kinds of little things going
You know what I
on.
really miss? I miss like Goku running into a guy that was like a person.
Mhm.
And that person just beat the shit out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Just beat his fucking ass in. And Goku was like, God damn it, I really gotta fucking get my shit together. And he'd usually learn like a thing. Or like train super hard with Krillin.
Toriyama gets to flex his best abilities when he's telling old school Dragon Ball stories, right? When he's telling a bunch of goofy kids trying to figure out a problem or meeting, you know, some weird new characters and shit like that. Like, yeah, he's at his best in that, because as you know, Plague of Gripes, I feel like has demonstrated many a times, when it gets to the power battles, it becomes really just like the events start warping themselves to serve the battles as opposed to the battles serving the story, you know. But it's,
I think my favorite complaint
Dragon Ball
Eli ever had was
gonna break new ground on here.
Like the breakdown of like everyone's like, wow, they're so fast, I can't follow it with my eyes, and like all that shit. And it's like, well, how are they talking? Like they're ostensibly moving multiple times faster than the speed of light.
Hey man, anime panel time is not real. You just have to ignore it.
Like I genuinely, I'm gonna. Man.
You got to ignore it.
There are a lot of. I think my favorite Kamehameha ever is literally the one Goku does to Bulma's car. The first one. You remember how crazy that was? Roshi did this fucking shit, and then Goku's like, yeah, I can do that. And they're like, well, okay, that one kind of sucked, but holy crap. You totally did do it. That was a good one.
Yeah. Please get excited for Boruto. I legitimately, here's the thing. If you're out there and you're following Boruto, actually take note of this, and the moment it happens, like let's see if you can see things take a swerve back to the old habits. You know,
there was a guy in the comments that asked for us to screenshot his comment, but I won't. But I will immortalize it. And he yelled out, "Watch Itachi come back to life and solo half the cast in the next chapter."
Oh boy, good shit. Good news. Good news. Anyway, so yes, that's what's happening over there. Have you?
Could you really? Oh man,
what's up?
Could you imagine if that actually occurred? Like how bad? Like just straight into the trash.
Dude, I mean, look, like, never forget that Orochimaru is still just hanging out. You know,
he's signing autographs at the ninja fair.
He's hanging out with the grandkids of the people he murdered. You know. Anyway. So on to better things, right? On to better things. For example, have you seen how fucking incredible... You know, we talked about, like, Blue Point and the job they're doing on that remake. You know?
Yes, sir.
And the job they usually do, and you know, a couple of little things with those models, but it is what it is. But I mean, really, what Blue Point needs to do is step their game up, because they need to catch up with the 13 remake. Because the 13 remake is it's crushing it right now.
Wooly,
and if you haven't been paying attention,
Wooly, this joke is not funny, because they were working under very tight deadlines and did not do nearly as good of a job as they could because of coronavirus. I'm just kidding. That's bullshit. They fucked it. They fucked it all up. But that's their excuse.
I'm like waiting for... I'm like, motherfucker, when the fuck did that come out?
They literally... said like, well, we're working from home with Corona, so it's tough.
Okay. Hey, have you played any video games recently that you enjoyed?
Yeah, I played many video games recently that I've enjoyed.
And did they come out during,
many, a couple of them were delayed.
Okay.
But they came out pretty great in general.
Cool. All right, just checking. No worries.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Well, anyway. So, hey, children. People are like, what game are we talking about? Talking about 13. We're talking about FF13? No, 13.
We're talking about
XIII. XIII is a old-ass game that was cel-shaded. Yes, and I thought it was Ubi, wasn't it?
I believe it was, but I don't know.
But but like they are not involved in this remake. But there was a game called XIII. It was a first-person shooter. It was cel-shaded, and the fact that it was cel-shaded was the only thing to really say about it, because it was, hey, look at it. It's got the cel shading, and
there are people that like that game. I'm not one of them, but there are.
Now, I never played it, right? But from what I could tell, it was mainly about that visual style being something that people enjoyed. And it also kind of comic booked a bit by having like...
It was quite visually striking.
Yeah, it had like onomatopoeia appearing and things like that. And, this was early on when like there weren't a ton of games that were doing this. It had a very strong art style. And I'm just going to keep talking about that art style because that's all there is to say.
Yeah, that's that,
right?
yeah. Well,
but
I never got to it back in the day. Should I play this remake?
Well, here's Play Magic and publisher Microids have remade the classic first-person adventure, and they've issued an apology for what is being described as a disappointing myriad of technical issues. Here, I'm going to send you
video reviews on this.
Did you see
considerably more than a disappointing myriad of issues? It is a train fire.
Step one is the side-by-side comparison of the art style.
The cel shading's gone.
They literally just undid the cel shading. It's like... It's the craziest art decision I've ever seen for any fucking game. Like, the identity and the point of the thing that people liked, you just went and said, nah, and you took it away. And, it's such a weird decision to make. They uncel shaded it. It's the only thing I ever knew about the game. It's the only point to bring up here, and they just kind of turned it into what the tweet refers to as just kind of like a generic kind of Fortnite model. And
they look like Fortnite characters.
Turns into whatever, right? And then you can just check out the gameplay, because the game getting uncel shaded is like really dumb, but whatever. Okay. No, not whatever. It's dumb. But just there's a second thing where you look at the gameplay, and there's a video compilation of just like what looks like essentially when you shoot characters, when you shoot the enemies, the AI doesn't react to getting shot. They just go from being active to ragdolling. So
and in fact, there appears to be like a half-second delay before the ragdoll kicks in.
Yes, true. So you shoot somebody, and then the person stands there, continues walking if they were walking, and then a second later, they just slowly crumple to the ground. And it's not unlike, I'm reminded of what old-ass movies from like, from like the black and white era, where they didn't know what people dying should look like in war. So you go watch an old war movie, and people just kind of lie down and go to sleep after they get shot. Now, to be fair, in real life, you do just kind of fall over. Not everyone goes blah and has a big old like.
Very quickly,
there's an impact felt from where the bullet hits you or so, and you generally go falling in that direction. with some sense of velocity. In this case, it's like you got tagged by the bullet, and then you take a couple steps, and then you go, time to go Betty bye. And they go down and take a nap. There's also a bunch of other shit, like staring at some ammo, and as you walk up to the ammo, it slides up onto a desk, and as you walk away from it, it drops under the desk.
Oh, there's so many. Like, you can check out G-Man Lives. He's an Australian guy, does video reviews for a lot of shooters. He went into a very exhaustive breakdown, and like the final couple levels, like the sound effects just sounded like your sound card is dying. You can't quick save anymore, and they've been replaced by checkpoints. They mixed the music so low you can't hear it anymore. The iron sights have been added to some weapons, which completely fucks up the whole balance of the game. There's tons and tons and tons of bugs.
There's
one of the worst ones I saw is there's a sniper mission. Is that what you're gonna mention?
I was gonna the guy who's on the roof that is just walking around. I don't know if you saw that. There's a one-on-one moment where they're basically, this dude's just trying to shoot you, but every couple of seconds he stops trying to shoot you and just kind of like goes back to walking around in like a non-patrol, but just there's no aggression in the AI at all. And you can just slowly meander to the left and he'll always miss. And it's just soft and weird.
There's a series of flashbacks in the game that don't have a black and white filter anymore, so it looks like you just got teleported to a memory or something. Like, it's super confusing. But my favorite is there's a sniper that you shoot off a building with a sniper rifle underneath the billboard, and in the original you would hit him in the head, and you would see 3 escalating panels from left to right that were a zoom in of his face, and then it would follow him in one of the panels as he fell off the building and go, right? It was a really cool shot. And in the remake, it's a single panel that you shoot him and he just ragdolls and has no sound effect. And that's it.
Yeah. It's hard to describe like how a game like what am I trying to say here? Drake and the 99 Dragons launched that way.
Yeah.
They weren't trying to remake a story and game that already existed and that people already, liked. If this is the end product of your efforts, like, why would you not just stop? Pull the plug and call it a day. It's absolutely cancel worthy.
Like when you watch video footage of the two versions side by side, you could convince people that the old one is the remake.
That's fucking rough, but it's like, dude, like, it's that bad. It looks that shit that it wasn't worth it. Yeah, sunk cost fallacy. We are where we are. Anyway, rip 13.
Wasn't the greatest game in the world, but it did have some cool stuff, and this is an incredibly depressing legacy for it.
If you cared, if you're one of those that cared, and again, I was always just like, oh yeah, it's that cel-shaded game, and that was what it was to me. If you did care, fucking hell, I feel bad for getting handed this. Yeah, they came out, they apologized for how fucking shit it was, and they said they're gonna keep working on it.
Oh, Quiet Shy reports she beat the remake. It's an 8-hour game, and she has 4 hours of bugs recorded.
Yeah! Oh, yeah, boy.
Oh, some of these are real good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those,
Damn.
when the person's head texture just freaks out and just pulls their whole asshole out through their fucking face?
Yo. 4 hours of bugs on an 8-hour game. I'm fucking hard. I'm wrecked. That is beautiful. QA dies hard, man. That is gorgeous. That's lovely. Glad to hear it. Whew. Yeah, man. A good bug. Chub you right up. What is happening over here? Right. Well, you might have heard, but if you didn't, there is the Nioh Collection coming to PS5. The complete edition announced for PS4 and PC. Nioh 1, Nioh 2, all the DLC, everything.
You meant the Matrix character.
No, Nioh. Nioh. Both games coming out, PS4, PS5, and all the DLC. Just it's all here, and it's all gonna be current gen to next gen rather, whatever. Like I
hate this part of the generation where
there's just no excuse anymore.
But it is a current gen.
It's whatever. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Cornered. There's no excuse anymore. It's amazing. They added fucking burning Dempsey rolling fists. They've always had the Kusarigama. It's an amazing game. It continues to be that. Everything I see and every update I get about it is wonderful. Their development is based on quality of life. I have nothing but the utmost respect for everything that is Nioh, and now they just dropped a fucking collection on us. So this is incredible. However, no announcement can ever be truly flawless. Everything must be sullied to some degree.
So
on the plus side, amazing new game collection, both games, all that good shit. Have you seen the PC Valve helmet?
Oh man, that thing's awesome.
Have you seen this motherfucking helmet, dude?
That thing's great, dude.
If you haven't seen it, pull up Google and type Nioh 2 Valve helmet and take a look. Take a look at this motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's a samurai helmet. It is made of Razer Chroma keyboards. It's got keyboard buttons along its sides and front.
The head is a gamer mouse.
It's a gamer mouse head with a trackball up top, and there's a valve sticking out the back like the Valve Man logo. It is the worst, dumbest fucking helmet I've ever seen.
I don't know if you know this, but there's a reason why that helmet is so ridiculous.
What's going on?
Did you ever see this? I just sent it to you in Discord. It's the Nioh 1 Valve helmet.
So this is the sequel. Okay.
Which was a samurai helmet that had a valve stapled into the forehead with steam coming out of it.
Now, to be fair, this is a helmet that is normal. It's iron. And then there's the valve, like the back of the guy's head, Valve Man. But it's in the front. And it looks like a normal helmet with that little touch on it. It wasn't a big, bad gamer keyboard.
It's not an alpha poggers. Gamer Chad helmet. Yeah.
Humongous poggers when you put this helmet on.
Did you know that the inhibitor for Sonic Hedgehog protein is called Robotnikinin? So I wonder Robotnik makes your penis flat.
I wonder if you can wear this helmet and then key pulse the gamer word.
You'll have to find out for me, buddy.
You can always give it a shot.
I don't think I could, but I think I'm fine. I don't think I'm enough of an alpha gamer to pull it off.
Just with the energy coming in.
Wait, what energy? Where?
The key pulse. When you do a key pulse. Yeah. It's good. It's good. All right, you wanna keep talking about Sonic Hedgehog?
No, that was it. That was all I wanted to say.
Well, too bad. We can talk more about Sonic Hedgehog.
Oh no.
You said you liked, and you're currently enjoying Like a Dragon Quest.
That's correct, I am, yes.
What if Daisuke Sato took over on Sonic the Hedgehog?
I would literally trust any person on the Yakuza dev team over any person on the Sonic team.
I would literally trust anyone not on Sonic team more than anyone on Sonic team.
Except for possibly the people making that 13 remake. Seriously, anything. Just give us anything.
Longtime Yakuza series producer Daisuke Sato has gone on record saying he'd like to work on a Sonic game. It's an IP that I haven't come to before. In that sense, I want to try it. Sonic, after all. When you hear Sega, you think Sonic. I'd like to get involved. But if I were to do it, I wouldn't make Sonic as it was. I would make it completely different.
Honestly, Wolves, like you could take Yakuza Like a Dragon and swap the models and like bootleg the characters' names over each other with the names Sonic and Amy and shit, and change almost nothing, and that would be the best Sonic game in years.
I mean, fans make Sonic fan games all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if a Sonic RPG was out there fully fleshed out. Wait a second. Wasn't there an official Sonic RPG on DS?
By BioWare. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Was it DS?
The Dark Brotherhood. It's called the Dark Brotherhood.
GBA? How early was it?
DS.
DS, right? DS. Yeah. Okay,
no.
My brain just fucking activated on that. Like some synapses fired. Woo. Boo. There's an official RPG, isn't there? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Wooly, you need to listen to this. You need to remember. You need to listen to 10 seconds of this music track. That is Sonic Chronicles The Dark Brotherhood, the Central City theme. It is the worst, dude. It is
Wait,
hold on. Hold
on, wait.
Ever. It is unbelievable.
Wait for the drop.
Like it is.
You
on
pulled
the
that up
same
pretty
platform.
fast.
Oh, I have that ready. I have that ready for when Sonic RPG gets mentioned.
547,000 views.
Oh yeah,
years
no.
ago.
That is the same system, by the way, the Nintendo DS that gave us Radiant Historia's The Edge of Green with violin. Like,
Whew.
It sounds like a Game Boy game. Not a GBA game.
I think that causes extra damage because it's Sonic.
Oh, yeah.
It's music associated with Sonic the Hedgehog. So that causes extra damage.
I agree.
You have further to fall.
Because there's some good goddamn Sonic music out there, man.
But yeah, I think everyone agrees. Just give Sonic to anybody that wants it, really, at this point. Just
anybody.
Just take it from where it is and
just
give it
give it to anyone. Just make it a fucking public domain thing with a licensing fee and just have it roll in.
How did they not just create a new job position called King of Sonic and just give it to Christian Whitehead and say you are King of Sonic for life?
I'm going to assume I have no information to back this up. This is completely out of my own ass and head. But I'm going to assume that people inside Sega don't like that people outside Sega were the ones to make the good Sonic game. Because, well, they don't even really work here.
I don't know if that is true, but I do know that there have been stories from time to time where a studio that gets upshowed by a Western developer reacts poorly to that.
Yes. I have heard the term said by me that it's possible that people throw a pissy diaper tantrum baby fit if a team from not the regular team does a better job than them.
Wasn't there... I'm trying to remember, besides other subject matters, a vague interview about how Platinum got involved with Revengeance and how Rising was failing. Mm-hmm. And I have a spotty memory on this, but I feel like there was an interview that involved them coming and basically being like this is kind of like the pride of Japan, and if we have to like lose this project or hand it over or something, it will be really embarrassing. So like can you guys save this? Right? Like, wasn't there something like that where they basically...
Well, I mean, they did a huge thing where Kojima was like, my team is terrible, incompetent, and can't lead themselves, so we had to go to Platinum, show them how it's done. It was very, very like spank their ass in public, embarrass them shit.
There was a thing involved in the conversation like that specifically mentioned like how Japan was doing in the industry at the time, and that like Platinum being involved was an important factor for that reputation. It was a while ago though, unfortunately I don't fully remember. But yeah, you got that going down. And if you are looking for games to play, there's a full launch list here. So I'll stick on the docket a full launch list of everything exclusive, or everything rather, launching on Xbone and XX and PS5. But a couple of announcements alongside this stuff. One, apparently someone's remastering Blood Rain 1 and 2. So if you missed out on...
Shut up!
If you missed out on Blood Rain, now is time for Blood Rain.
These are terrible.
Uwe Ball presents Blood Rain. Ziggurat Interactive releases Blood Rain and Blood Rain 2 Enhanced, respectively titled Blood Rain Terminal Cut and Blood Rain 2 Terminal Cut for PC via Steam and GOG.
Wait, what? It's a terminal cut again? That doesn't make any sense.
Blood Rain Terminal Cut and Blood Rain 2 Terminal Cut for PC via Steam and Good Old Games on November 20th. If you currently... Hey!
That's terrible.
Hey, wait! Hold on. If you currently own Blood Rain... If you currently own Blood Rain or Blood Rain 2 on Steam, you will receive Terminal Cut and Blood Rain 2 Terminal Cut for free. Yo, you guys, you already got the game. You already have Uno. You already have it. You guys are
right.
I can't believe everyone listening to this already owns Blood Rain and Blood Rain 2 Terminal Cut. Excuse me, Blood Rain Terminal Cut and Blood Rain 2 Terminal Cut.
This is terrible.
I like upgrades. I'm a fan.
I have a much... Fuck that. I don't... Shut up. I'm just going to quote the New York Times from 1994 for a minute or two. Naming the varieties of hedgehog genes which play a key role in embryo development has been a source of friction amongst research teams. One group wanted to give the varieties numbers, another letters. Dr. Clifford J. Tabin, developmental biologist at Harvard Medical, suggested they each name every newly detected gene after a species of real hedgehog. This scheme stuck for the first three, which were designated Indian, Moonrat, and Desert Hedgehog.
The third-person horror action series Blood Rain introduced gamers to Rain, a brutal half-vampire femme fatale traveling the world to foil Nazi plans, battle supernatural threats, and uncover more about her vampiric heritage. Featuring a unique protagonist, fax-action combat, vampiric powers, and globe-spanning storyline, Blood Rain and Blood Rain 2 offered a dynamic and visceral gameplay experience beloved by fans and critics alike. Blood Rain became a true cross-media phenomenon spanning games, comics, and films across the early 2000s.
The new name. Saying it trivializes a noble molecule.
Optimizations include support for higher display resolutions, improved rendering, upscaled cinematics, support for modern gamepads. Localizations include fully voiced localized characters in English, French, Italian, and Spanish. Optimized. Ziggurat Interactive President Wade Rosen said in a press release, fans have been asking what's next for Blood Rain. We're excited to show off the great work that's been done by Terminal Reality on the first two titles.
That's so stupid. All right, let's you get over to emails. Do we have any other actual news?
Yeah, no, we're done.
Yeah, okay, cool. Hey, send an email down to superbest. Oh, that's wrong. castlesuperbeast@gmail.com. Wait, that's not the email either. What's the fucking email?
castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's right. That's the correct one.
Oh, there's a Metroidvania-style action game called Spirit of the Samurai, in which you're a samurai. It's 3D on a 2D plane, and then you become a little like spirit ghost thing, and you're fighting. Looks kind of little weird, but kind of cool. I'm curious to see more. Might be interesting.
That is hard. That is hard to search for on Google.
Yeah, and
because that brings up a million other things.
Break news. The GGPO rollback netcode beta for Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus R has been extended once again, and this time it's lasting until forever.
Cool extension.
Guilty Gear has rollback, baby. Let's fucking go. Woo. Dude, like, I can't tell you, I mean, I can tell you, and I'm about to, the ability to pop, okay, here's how fucking good this is. So I played this week, and then I played some more. I played with Octopimp, I got fucking wrecked, and then I played with some friends in the MTL community. The game has, the fact that you can pop it open, play it, get a good-ass match instantly, and, like, get 2 sets in like 5 minutes and then close it. Like, I can do that, like, when I feel like it's like playing Tekken for me, right? When I got a little minute to just play, I can just pop it open, get a couple games in and turn it off. And, like, because in my brain it's, like, low commitment, it just, like, it's so fun to just jump on and not have to fucking deal with any trash, right? Furthermore, it supports a cool feature that I did not know Steam had, where when you make a lobby, you can create you can press a button, like you press it's LT on the controller, but it's one of your stick buttons, to copy to the keyboard a URL that is a Steam URL that if you paste it at a friend or at somebody, they will click on it, it'll launch Steam, launch the game, launch your room, and put them in the room.
That's cool, man.
In one fucking click. So you can just make a game and then paste your link at whoever you want to play with, and they instantly join the room. It boots the game up and goes right to it. It's godlike, and you play perfect connection because it's got fucking rollback. Like, it's so easy and quick to get games in. I can't believe how good this is. I didn't know that fucking Steam even had this. And yeah, Stadia better be crying. Stadians on suicide watch. Like, fucking unbelievable how good that is, man. Anyway.
Hey, Wooly, I have a piece of trivia that our old pal Buttons helped me discover just now because I did not know. Are you aware that there is another classic franchise that the Yakuza team has actually worked on to save from death because it was awesome and they loved it?
What was that?
Toshihiro Nagoshi co-produced with Shigeru Miyamoto and the producer we were talking about, Daisuke Sato, was the stage designer for F-Zero GX.
Whoa! Holy shit! That's fucking awesome. That's good trivia. Hell yeah.
They should let those guys do whatever.
Yo, F-Zero rules, man. Fuck yeah. That's super cool.
They should let those guys do whatever.
And now I'm sad that F-Zero's done.
Oh yeah, because they saved it and then they killed it.
Well, they didn't kill it, but yeah, man, GX. I always wanted to play AX. I kind of wish there was a way for that to happen, but
the only thing I know about F-Zero GX is that I saw somebody playing it and I almost threw up.
Good.
Because it was going very, very fast.
Good. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, you can play X.
I'm looking at footage right now. This is so fast as to be almost unplayable. I don't understand how this is a real game.
There is a way to play AX. Yeah, you can play AX tracks in GX, but AX, I mean, okay. Obviously, AX with the full fucking setup would be rad, but yeah, you can actually if you can actually play it on Dolphin, that's cool.
Why
of course,
is GX so fast?
'Cause gotta go.
It's so fast.
Gotta go. Hey, you love
you should give these guys the Sonic game. Maybe, huh?
Fast games, huh? How about that? Yeah. Yeah. You like Wipeout.
Yeah, Wipeout's cool.
Yeah. Fast shit good. Yeah. MagFest had an AX.
Not as fast as that shit, though.
MagFest had an AX cabinet. I didn't play it there, but playing F-Zero AX with the full cab would be fucking sweet. But yes, either way. How about that? Let's take some letters.
You got any good letters or just shit ones?
Let's try this one over here.
Let's find out.
Toolguard asks, "Hey Wooly and hi Pat, been following 13 Sentinels playthrough, came out of curiosity. Just wondering, how come you guys rotate saves? I understand bouncing between 2 and 3, and I can imagine a number of reasons having every slot used, but I'd rather hear from you instead of make wild guesses. Thanks."
I mean, it's different now that we're streaming all of our shit, so the fear isn't quite as extreme. But it used to be that you'd be recording, and then every now and then you would finish a recording of an LP session, and you would go export recording, or it'd do its thing, and then your shit would just fucking break and not.
So the other day, I was playing some Call of Duty, and somewhere midway through the session, through the mission, the internet across Montreal for various Videotron lines just fucking exploded, and people lost their service citywide. So that killed the stream, and obviously the backup recording continued, but in a situation where that wasn't the case, then yeah, you would want to be able to go back wherever you need to for recording purposes. Outside of recording purposes, it's also so that you can go back to certain parts if you need to check something without having to go way too many hours behind, right? The other day in 13 Sentinels, there was something I wanted to check, and admittedly, like now that I understand the features better, I know how to replay things properly. But something I was curious about way back at the beginning, I was able to go back to it because I had a save that was like 2 saves after the rotation. So it was like 8 saves ago or so, I needed to go see something, and it was still there because of the rotation. So yeah, that's why.
It's just useful, man.
And if you need space,
you don't know what's
going
to happen with the save.
If you need space, you can make more space, But like in Persona games in particular, wasted days suck. And I'm somebody who likes to I didn't play with an optimal guide to make the most of every single night. I kind of wanted to wing it while also making sure I got something decent going. So, a healthy mix of like choosing my own path and kind of being like, okay, well, no, today I need to absolutely go hang out with this person. So, nights where you miss out on something horrible or where something sucks, you just want the opportunity to like not fuck that up. So occasionally, if you need a rewind, it's nice to be able to go back exactly where you need to. And yeah, you can get a lot done with just 2 or 3, but that's as long as you're okay with things being hours apart. Every 10 minutes is a lot easier.
Imagine you were doing an old style LP of FF7 Remake and your save got busted, or you recorded something like the FF7 LP I was doing on stream. The stream VOD got all fucky for like 3-4 hours, and I had to go and re-record that for the VOD people, right? Now imagine if I hadn't been rotating saves. Like, just get fucked, VOD people. Just get fucked.
But even outside of LPing reasons, like, you have a PC background. You played games where you used to fucking quick save everywhere and save scum.
Yeah.
There's
save scum. Just do it.
There's a convenience to having, to not go back too far to fix mistakes or see other paths. Let's see here. Let's take one from Marcox says, "Their Castle Super Beast, in an article called Salt, Sugar, and Fat, I read about how Coca-Cola markets what they call the heavy user base. Apparently 20% of consumers use 80% of the product."
Yeah, that's about right.
Wanted to know your statistics, if this relates to other stats about spending on F2P games. Hope all is well. There are Coca-Cola whales. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't not believe it. That makes sense. My mom had a friend back in Grenada who did not consume water. He only consumed Coca-Cola. It was the single, like, it is impossible that he's still alive. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and say, like, that doesn't work anymore. But like the ridiculousness of like knowing that you're just going to have diamond kidney stones and not giving a fuck. There's no, he did. Yeah, he actually did pass away now that I think about it. I forgot that.
I
Yes.
can't believe. Oh.
Yeah. No, he did.
Yeah, okay.
That happened.
So he was not, in fact, built different?
He was not unbreakable.
Oh, I just saw something interesting. That technically counts as news. Did you see that FIFA 21 will be releasing a spending tracker because it's totally not gambling?
A what?
A tracking tool will not only keep track of playtime and how much real-world money you've spent, but will also allow you to set limits of how much you can play and spend in FIFA 21. You'll even be able to limit the amount of packs you can open. The integration of both tracking and limits in FIFA playtime is grounded in research that shows having access to more information helps players feel more comfortable with how they play.
Give me a source on that. Is that real?
That is.
Is that real?
That is super real, Wooly.
Without being company mandated?
Totally not gambling at all.
What the fuck?
This is their attempt to get out in front of a lawsuit they're going to lose. They're going to lose one of these lawsuits.
Microtransaction spending tracker. Holy shit.
And this will allow them to go, see, we've been really forward, you know, with this, you know.
Pat.
Yes.
How would you feel if the ESRB, Cero, and Peggy required games with microtransactions to show you the price of what you've spent?
I'd be fine with that. That seems like a completely reasonable regulatory practice.
Would it be safe to say that if you found that bad, it would likely be because there's some things that you need to address?
I think that games that have microtransactions should be mandated that the title screen display the amount of total dollars spent prominently.
Okay.
On boot. Per boot.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no clocks in casinos, right?
Right.
Right.
Did you imagine if like MMOs had like a playtime meter in like the upper right corner of the whole time?
But here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. And by problem, I mean juicy, delicious detail. There will be people that will be really, really mad at having to look at that. And those people will find ways to express how upset they are that they're being shown that information. And, like, I don't know what the equivalent of for scrub quotes would be in this case, but addict quotes, it doesn't really have a ring to it. Doesn't quite flow. Doesn't roll off the tongue.
Did you see
WhaleQuotes?
The guy who works at a credit card company describing his at-work experience with Genshin Impact?
I did not.
Guy's working at the job, and he pulls a fraud claim, a fraud warning. Guy's card gets auto-locked because he appears to have sent $12,000 on Genshin Impact in under 12 hours.
Oh my god.
And goes, oh, that's clearly somebody stole his card.
Yeah.
And, you know, just went nuts. Gets the phone call, you unlock my motherfucking card right now, bitches. Oh, okay, we thought someone stole your card. Oh no. Unlocks it and then is sitting at his desk watching hundreds of dollars of transactions just start flying onto his screen. That was a lie. I don't want to live in this world anymore. Every story I tell is a lie. I hate it. I hate you, internet. I am now giving up. If you think that the internet is terrible and you hate it, please direct your complaints to @WoollyWolves on Twitter. He will
Pat,
handle.
Can we get
your
a citation on everything coming out of your mouth from this point forward?
I double-checked the monkey story from multiple news sources.
Because I was about to talk about...
That was really important.
I was about to talk about the ethics of over-serving in bars. And
What?
over-serving is a thing that a bartender is not supposed to do. They're supposed to legally cut you off when they observe that you should no longer be drinking booze. You've had your...
hey, dude, you're pretty wasted.
Yeah.
And keep bragging about how you're going to get in your car.
So now apply that to other facets of life, and you get an interesting thing because, you know, we have over-serving in a digital spending context, and we're adults. We're allowed to spend our money however we want to, you know? And you know, who are we to diagnose people, you know? But you can't experience something like that and walk away unshaken if it's your job to unlock that card in that hypothetical scenario. But it didn't happen because it's not real, so who cares?
It's not real. I got punked once again. Thanks, internet. Yeah. I blame Mark Twain again.
Yeah.
I have a dog now.
It would be interesting because companies would loathe it. They would fucking hate everything about it. But a big old cash number up in the top corner to tell you, and maybe even a little let's say it says like $500, and then it'll say like out of $49.99, which is what you paid for this game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just so that you know the retail value versus the extra on it. And generally speaking, I suspect that those who are like that theoretical person will not give the slightest bit of a shit and will probably flex that number proudly. A number of people will. They'll be like, I know what I am. You know?
I'm a sick fuck.
You can't shame me.
Can't stop this.
Yeah. I'm getting whatever that character's name is.
In all honesty, the best use scenario for that is mom and dad walking by and going, why the fuck does it say $2,000 on that screen?
This is yes, that's exactly it. Like I was thinking of, thank you, because I forgot earlier, but I was going to bring up the Wii and the log so that it tells you how much you've played that day. And I remember seeing that.
It's actually a snitch tool.
It's a fucking snitch tool. Every time you boot a game on the original Wii, there'd be a daily log for parents to see how long you played for and what you played. And it's like, you can't turn that shit off. And it's like, nah, just ignore it if you're not a parent, whatever. But it was all there, you know? I mean, at that point, it's like, yeah, like I suppose now you've just got like parental apps where they can just check the shit on their phone and see what's up, or regulate time, say, oh, you get X amount of hours per week, and whatever the case you want to do.
Well, actually, nowadays you can just get the Amazon drone robot that just monitors your family 24 hours a day.
There is that.
Yeah, you could just do that.
But yeah, some sort of a price display, or I mean, at that point though, you might as well just put a limit that says you can't go over this number no matter what. You know, that'll be that. Anyway, Coca-Cola whales.
Yeah, it's true.
What do we got over here? Let's take one from James. Says, "Sup Drizzt Dorden and Buenor Battlehammer. Was thinking about finishing Amnesia. I was thinking about this after finishing Amnesia Rebirth and finding it rather disappointing. I've played many hours and I'm not eligible for a refund. So if we sit there on it'll sit there on my Steam library forever, untouched, but it's not untouched. You've beaten it. And I guess I find it kind of wasteful. It would be nice if I was able to recoup some of the cost of the game you found disappointing, or at the very least be able to trade it or even give it away if you know you're never going to touch it again. Should digital retailers like Steam allow you to refund games no matter the playtime, or have a side store that allows you to sell unwanted games from your library?
Okay, I really think the obvious answer to the first question is no, of course not. I don't think you should have a refund policy with no playtime requirement. Like, that's ridiculous.
You beat the video game. If you go to a movie
But
and you walk out of the movie and go, that movie sucked, give me my money back, you get laughed at. That's ridiculous.
not if you walk out at the end. If you walk out in the first 20 minutes, yeah, they'll probably give you your money back. But the second one, should you be able to sell digital games? That's actually really complicated. And there's a bunch of government agencies in the EU, Australia, Canada, US, all arguing over it when Steam's like, no. And the EU's probably going to mandate it at some point because they always mandate all sorts of shit.
I could easily see a scalp market appearing if you can set your prices on that. I could see all kinds of people setting up nefarious shit. It would get rife with weird corruption if you had to figure out how to, like, again, set a price and sell a digital thing, and then the person gets it, and then and have the transfer. And I know that, like, a Steam is not going to want to handle, like, regular payouts. You know what I mean? Refunding is one thing, but, like, being a kind of a PayPal sort of company is a whole other business you got to open up when you're effectively paying people. You know. I think that is not reasonable to want to refund a game after you've beaten it. I think that's some bullshit. And I assume that the idea comes from beating a game physically and then reselling it after you're done with it. You know, that's kind of where it's going. But no, I think it's more reasonable that it's like, if you didn't beat the game, if you played it a bit and realized you don't want this, or if you haven't touched it at all, then yeah, have a refund policy. And I think that's a reasonable refund policy, you know, like, no matter what the time, well, if you buy a game and then you never touch it, and then the price goes down after a couple of years, and then you refund it,
they should pay you more money.
Then, yeah, that gets a little murky.
I'm just sitting here giggling about, like, you ever see those Steam user reviews that are like 3,800 hours on file? Yo, this game sucks.
Yeah.
Those are fantastic.
Yeah.
I fucking love them.
Let's see. I mean, yeah, no, it's just ridiculous, because I'm like, if you're trying to pull a full conversion of physical to digital in that instance, then the idea of, like, store Steam credit by trading in digital games, it's like what? Like, just, okay, so we'll delete the game from your hard drive and just give you, and you'll get less money on the next, like, it's like, what is a trade-in, you know? Like, there's no, yeah, anyway, whatever.
It's really complicated.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And similar to that, last one we'll take over here from Angelo says, "Allo, been collecting console games, mostly the ones I love and never want to part with. Not very often, but sometimes I buy a game that I'll trade in later. However, upon getting a PS5 amidst the pandemic, my household is high risk. I felt that maybe for the best, it would be best to start focusing on digital instead, especially since PS5 has been offering digital versions and even upgrades of stuff I have, and I could therefore get rid of physically. I figure it'll save shelf space that I'm already running out of, and I can get some easily and safely. I can get some games easily and safely without having to leave the house. Plus, I won't have to wait for a store to open for an anticipated title. I hear a lot of talk about how digital is not the best anymore because you don't truly own what you buy, and it won't be possible to access that digital storefront and your library forever. However, I do feel that if I can't access that digital library for whatever reason, there's probably other things to worry about. What can I do to alleviate my dumb brain's desire for a plastic box when all I really want is the game to play?"
Well, the easiest solution is to look at the fucking pile of boxes that you have acquired over your life and wonder how long you can possibly keep that up.
I can give you my answer.
Yeah. What's
And
your
I
answer?
absolutely cannot keep it up.
Yeah. I when I got a PS4, I looked over at the enormous bookcase that was dedicated entirely to 360 and Wii games and was like, I can't do this indefinitely. Like, I literally can't. Like, it will be a big problem. Now,
As
we're
I was
buying a lot more games than the average person.
as I was plugging in the XX, I was putting the X-Bone away. Before I put the X-Bone away, I ejected the Master Chief Collection, put it back in its
Yeah.
case, and put the X-Bone away, and realized that I'd been keeping that case in the space where the X-Bone originally was on the shelf. Now that the XX is here, and that's taking that spot,
Jesus.
I go over to my shelf, and I'm holding my Master Chief Collection, and it took me maybe 10 minutes to figure out where I could fit this thing in, because there's actually no space anymore, and I'm basically at a point where like I have to choose what to more or less throw in a closet, but if I start creating a closet pile, then that would be bad. So the point is that I totally think physical is important, and it's nice to have something that you own, because you never know when you're going to want to play it again. But I am at a point in my life where I can't do it anymore. I have to go digital for practicality's sake.
So, do you want to know what my process was for moving my PS4 games?
Mm.
I unplugged my PS4 and I plugged in my PS5, and I took the little SSD, external SSD that I kept my PS4 games on, and then I plugged it into the back of the PS5. And then I put my PS4 behind me until I can figure out what I want to do with it, and just find a box that works, and I'll put it in that closet over there.
Do you own a single digital game? A physical game?
Zero.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah.
I own zero. I have not bought a physical game since long before the PS4 came out, because I was buying PC games. But,
I own. I can look at them from here. I think. Okay, what do I see? I see Skullgirls from the limited run. I got that. I got the special copy of Samurai Showdown with the old Neo Geo box, but I mean, I gave Reggie the disc for that because I had the digital. I just wanted the cool box. Tsushima came, right? That was provided. And I see MKX there. So I got that at some point, and that's it. I see 4 things. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got 4 physical things.
how many of those were sent to you?
like 3 of them.
Yeah,
possibly.
exactly.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no, in this line of work, it is just like it is.
That's it,
feasible.
right? Yeah, the other important thing to note is that, like, yeah, we're not just speaking, like, we're speaking as people that are, like, buying way more than the average person needs to, based on the fact that this is our jobs. I had a lot of shit shelved up before I started doing this, but it became completely untenable once, it was like we're grabbing just about everything of interest that drops specifically to take a look at it, So, yeah, I honestly think it's just, look, you just got to realize, like, you don't have the space for it.
You know how I feel about digital versus physical games? Okay, get ready. When I set up the new audio video equipment that I have my PS3 hooked into so that I can record PS3 games, I decided to get the ability to do so just to be able to do it. I don't really have any plans right now, but like it's annoying because like the MGS collection's on there, stuff like that. I accidentally hit the fucking like eject button on the tray for my PS3 and discovered that there was in fact a disc in there. and the disc that was in my PS3 was goddamn Akuji the Heartless.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
And
yeah.
that was still in there from the day that episode was recorded.
Mystery box? Was that a mystery box?
That was a mystery box, and that went live September 14th, 2016.
Fuck yeah. That's good shit.
That's how I feel about discs. So, I tossed that shit. That shit is gone.
For me, Persona 4 Ultimax sat in my fucking tray because every time I pulled it out, that was why I was pulling it out. So I'm like, you can just stay here for now. What am I doing?
Yeah, you pull it out and then you look at it and you're like, yeah.
If we could just weld this PS3 shut, as far as I'm concerned. What's going on? What you got coming up?
Oh, this week's all bangers on my channel. I'm very happy to say that I'll be playing many more Yakuzas, Like a Dragon. I'll be playing Demon's Souls, the PS5 version. And I'll be playing more Visage, because people were really happy with that, even though it's too spooky for me. Did you see what 2Mello's doing? Like an asshole on Twitter?
I mean, he got some tracks into Sackboy, which is pretty sick.
No. Just straight up trolling. Dude's fucking playing through Demon's Souls on PS3 and, like, shitting up the hashtag with screenshots of the PS3 version.
The GOAT. God bless. God bless.
He's like, wow, this area looks incredible. And it's like the piece of shit, like PS3 tutorial, like the ugly. It's great.
Hey, did they do anything to World Tendency?
Nope. The menu is much clearer as in terms of like what is actually happening in terms of tendency. It's like a bar instead of a brightness. But no, World Tendency has remained.
I suppose that'll be a rite of passage for Reggie. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Fucking.
Make sure... Man, that was one of my favorite parts of my first stream when I did it. I beat Phalanx in one try. I was very happy. And then I went back to the Nexus. And I'm like, check this shit out. And I threw myself off the fucking edge and killed myself. So I didn't screw up the tendency of 1-1.
Hey, how about that?
And everyone's like, why did you do that? Why would you have done that? And I'm like, well, it's actually a complicated answer.
I've been thinking about it and considering like my overall, like, you know, I'm going to be in the other chair, but I have a general lack of experience. I'm going to be very hands off and I will let the child find its way to the toys.
You fucking think you will. You fucking think you're gonna be hands off.
I'm gonna be,
and then you're gonna see some annoying shit, and you're gonna be like,
Well, I mean, I don't mind a nudge, you know, here and there, but I think knowing that the journey comes from understanding the mentality, I look forward to seeing how the struggle goes and then the eventual aha moment, because he is a fucking fighting game player. And he does have the ability to assess and learn and play. And he was a, like, major top player at Melee. So, like, I know that it's in there. You just gotta, you know? You gotta
I would do
some
wiki diving yourself on the upgrade paths of weapons, because that game's upgrade material shit is the worst ever. It's so baffling.
Different?
It's nonsense. No, it's terrible.
Okay, just the
like
same,
every single
Mm-hmm.
type of upgrade has a different material, and like you can only upgrade certain weapons into other weapons at certain upgrade numbers. Like you can only make the lava bow with the red hot demon soul if you fucking with the spider soul if you upgrade a +7 bow. A +8 bow can't do it. +6 bow can't do it. Fuck off.
I will do my best. I'll do my best to have what information on hand that's relevant and you know, relay that as needed. I know that as this is a Souls game, there will be infinite opinions coming in from infinite one guys about what should happen, what to do, how to do this, and how things should go. But I do believe in the magic of a kind of discovery through of sorts, especially for how open these games are. So, yeah, I'm not gonna be the person that kind of gets in the way and says, nah, dude, this build, I don't know. I mean, I'll try to point out what I hear is good and what's not good, and if he asks for recommendations, but I like to let the baby walk.
Have an advice on what not to do.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let him pick up anything anybody drops for him.
Well, that's if that happens.
Yes.
That might not necessarily happen.
I would highly recommend not to let him pick up a bunch of completely busted weapons.
Okay, well, hold on. If we end up in a situation where we're streaming and people stream snipe us and fuck the LP up, then we'll just play offline. Like, you know, that might, like, if we cannot play a session without it being unfortunately busted up like that, then, because yeah, when we used to play, we used to play in non-streaming, so, you know, it was like still a regular experience with regular multiplayer. But like if this what ends up being the case for this, then yeah, we'd have to go offline. There'd just be no way around it. And
by the way, did you see we got a little reference in Gene's Demon Souls article?
I did, and I do want to go read that. I believe there was mention of dropping of the shields. So
that is correct.
So shout outs, yeah, over in the Washington Post. But of course, this I'm talking, but all of this is predicated on actually acquiring a goddamn PS5. So step one is fucking get the goddamn thing. And when I figure,
just go to the store.
When I figure that out, then we can talk about Reggie versus Demon Souls. We got to hit step one first.
You should get a scraping spear and have Reggie just keep it on his offhand, so that if you ever get invaded, just pull it out and invaders will just kill themselves.
I mean, like, it would be awesome if we could have an experience that was like still online and still involving the jolly cooperation and also invasion, but not at an abnormal stream sniped rate. You know?
Oh man, when Paige was playing like DS2, like it started to get ridiculous. Like there were a couple streams where people were like just scraping up against the goddamn invasion timer.
Mm-hmm.
Just like every single 10 minutes, just here it comes. It's like, oh come on, guys, that's too much.
I mean, it happened in mine too. You know, when I was going through it. So I just I don't think I think I'd give it a shot. We'll see how it goes, but if people just make it unplayable, then yeah, we'll just go offline.
The password function is totally in Demon Souls, so you can play online, but like have a password so that people can't come in unless they know the password.
Oh, will we still interact with
the online stuff,
other shards,
the blood stains, and
totally. Great, perfect, beautiful,
and then give me the password.
Okay. What the fuck are you gonna do?
Whatever I want.
I mean, if you got some good ideas, let me know. But don't fucking ruin.
The idea is what I just told you.
Don't ruin the pure boy's first experience. He's popping a cherry.
I would never. I will make sure he gets the right experience.
But like I said, that's step one. We got to get step 0 first. So, but yes, that's there. And again, same thing I said for talking about Yakuza 0 is going to be, as soon as we get a chance.
Yo, you're going to love that game.
I know. But I over time have seen just that, like, it's, it's refreshing to not go from big ass long game to big ass long game. Like it's enjoyable for people to get a little breather and play and get a little something short in between. Hence the little, later alligators and Mario Galaxies and stuff. But
we should talk about that because that game is like super super massive depending on how much of the side content you do.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
like I didn't even do like less than half of the side content on camera, and it was still like gigantic.
But like the side content is the best parts.
Some of the side you know what, I'll tell you what, I will straight up go down the quest list and be like, these are the ones you can't miss for the stream. There's because there's like, they're all winners to a degree, but there's ones that are like, come on, that's the one everybody's going to be waiting for. How to Train Your Dominatrix or Ghost Pornography.
And I'm also aware too that like my stop and talk habits, especially in the case of something like 13 Sentinels, is like that's starting to irk people. That much is becoming clear. The stop and talk was compensating for my talking while important dialogue was happening, so I didn't want to miss stuff, so I started doing stop and talks, but now that's becoming a slow thing, so I'm going to try to balance the best of both worlds. But yes, long game needs to not be made even longer by virtue of the way I play, but there's some things I can't really help. It's just my habits. But
as somebody who has 100%ed almost every single Yakuza game, dude, there's a lot in there.
But like long with lots of stuff to do and enjoy is, to me, I don't fucking mind it. Like Mario RPG was fun from second to fucking second, so I didn't mind how long that lasted, even if it is over the recommended hours.
I'm having that experience with 7, in which like the only things I haven't done on stream are grinding generic like kill 10 thug kind of quests and like hitting the mini games tons, because like every side quest I've done in 7 is incredible.
But yeah, like obviously, if I say that, but then like less people are tuning in, then it's pretty clear what's going on. Oh yeah, fuck right. Before we get out of here, AEW announced their new wrestling game, and it's gonna be by the director of No Mercy and Fight for New York and Def Jam, so that's pretty cool. However, it is also being developed by Ukes, who made a whole lot of not great wrestling games. So
potential monkey's paw.
We don't know. Maybe, you see, because the people made the things that were not the good, but that guy in charge did the good. So I'm hoping that they lean towards the good, because the fact that they're advertising that that's what he did and that's what the game is going to be tells me that they know that that's what it should be, more than advertising the Ukes and the other bad games part of it. If what they're pushing is what they intend to follow, it shows that they know. Yeah. All right. That's good. That's good.
Stop it, you two.
All right. You break that fight up. We'll get out of here. Take care, everybody.
That dog's trying to fuck that cat.
No!